What's up? Hello. Sorry that I'm late. My camera was broken. And I kept having to unplug it and plug it back in. And when I say I kept having to, I mean I had to do it once. But we are here. We are live. And oh, wait. Hello? Are we here? Are we live, actually? Let me confirm. There we go. What's up? Mike 30, Monofollow, Chat Noir, everything's coming in. Okay. What's up? Hello. Oh, okay. We are session 91. Hello, my name is Mega. This is Critical Eyes. I talk about Critical Role and Dungeons and Dragons and TTRPGs and even other things also sometimes. We watch through Vox Machina, and today is episode 91. And maybe they're going to actually start doing stuff. It's possible. It's, I don't know. I feel somewhat. I'm doing some last minute things before that were in the works. Sorry. There we go. Perfect. And we close out of that. Sorry about that. I'm all over the place. But yeah, it was, I don't know, the last few episodes, they've been fine. They've been episodes that I think from a campaign perspective I can totally appreciate. From a thinking about playing D&D and TTRPGs, I can absolutely appreciate. But from a viewing perspective, I'm kind of ready for them to get on with it. Everyone's showing up after the big break. I know. It's been a little bit. I'm glad to I think the new schedule will be good. I mean, new schedule, Mondays, Fridays. I think it'll be good. It's unintuitive to me, but I get why it's intuitive to other people. It is to me, it's it should be the period of time where there's the least amount of time between the two. But I understand that we consider, the beginning of the week and the end of the week in those kinds of terms. So starting and ending something should kind of happen within that mindset. Anyways, that is that. And I am planning all sorts of good shit. I don't think I will cancel Critical Eyes again. Well, I certainly won't cancel it on Friday. We will definitely be having it on Friday. I don't think I'll be canceling it next week either. Although I don't know. I have to be real with you. I am setting up a lot of stuff for Campaign 4. We're testing a lot of things. I am working on some of my own stuff. I'm talking to other people about possibilities. And I'm doing a lot of filming stuff that will not see the light of day. Filming, I've probably done more offline filming in the past week and a half, 2 weeks than in the previous month to that. Because we're just testing a lot of stuff. But I am very, how do I say it? I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm also working on some technical stuff that will help make some decisions on what I can or can't do. Part of which is also might be involved in a Legend of Vox Machina watch through, that sort of thing. So there's, a lot of testing going on behind the scenes, a lot of potential formats that I may or may not have technical solutions to problems within. So like Lovum is a really good example that I can give without, talking about too much behind the scenes stuff of like Big Daddy Amazon is not going to let me is not going to let me show any of their product on stream, right? And I have the similar issue with potentially any sort of behind the scenes, or not behind the scenes, behind the subscription, behind the paywall stuff for Dropout. So if I wanted to do something beyond Fantasy High, all of those are behind the paywall. Now I respect Dropout a lot more than Amazon. So, the ethical side of things is a little bit different for me with those two companies, but the practical problems are the same. Of how can I? What format is best when I can't do the Critical Role version, or the Cries version of things, where I'm just like showing the thing on screen. And would that be useful for something like Campaign 4, where I'm trying to keep up and keep live? Because Analyzing Umbra was not super duper easy. Like, it wasn't bad. It wasn't like, it wasn't something that was literally difficult, but it was something where if I got behind, it was hard to catch up, which happened once during Analyzing Umbra. So there's that consideration as well for Campaign 4. So we're testing a lot of stuff. So yeah. The ending of the Armente was nice, but what do you think about the apparent lack of plot hooks? I think there's more stuff. I need to come back to this. I need to stay on topic. I'm trying to be better about finishing out a topic and then going to other ones and not jumping back and forth as much. But I'm going to come back to that, G-Herka. And if I don't, feel free to put it back in chat. If I forget, I'm sorry. Is a comedically well-timed mic going to show up again? No, not this time. Let me check my calendar. No, we're good. Personally, fine taking out some critical items if it means Campaign 4 is cool and smooth. Yeah, and that, that might be what happens. I'm trying to make myself more okay with that. I don't like taking time off of the schedule and the pace. But if that's what needs to happen, that's what needs to happen. I'm also trying to make sure that, like, I definitely have a tendency to like hyper focus and kind of be obsessive about things. And sometimes that is like useful and productive, and other times it is not. And so if I am taking time off to like work on something, I want to make sure that it is the productive area of hyper focus and not the not the less productive kind of area or version of it, so that I'm if I am taking off the schedule, or if I'm not doing critical eyes, I'm spending that time wisely. If you were to do a watch along for Vox, doing so on Kick would be ideal than having someone edit it down for YouTube. For Vox, like right now, Kick does. They have a specific category. Also, hosting a watch along on Discord is viable, and then organizing your thoughts and edit it down YouTube review. Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. The issue, when I talk about like Big Daddy Amazon or Dropout, that is, how do I say it? I'm trying to organize my thoughts. Because there is like a legal aspect to it, but then there is also a like practical aspect to it. Where I am fairly confident that any dropout stuff would get claimed on YouTube. Not every, but half of the Fantasy High videos got claimed. They got released. I contested them and I argued fair use, and they got approved and released, whatever. But any sort of displaying any of the in frame content could, or not in frame, from the content. If I display any of that in my content, it could be a problem. So the sort of solutions that I'm looking at are not in terms of like how could I do it, because I could do it like I did Fantasy High and just include less of the raw footage. But it's more of a, how do I do it in a way that I enjoy it? So I've been looking at solutions like, like Netflix Watch Party, where like there's essentially like a tool that can sync up views of the content, but each person needs to have their own view of the content. So like for a Netflix Watch Party, everyone that's involved has to have Netflix, but then yeah. So yeah. You're getting me, Eva. So it is more everyone has an account, but you're all watching it together. Yeah, exactly. So because there's already reaction channels that have like, they'll like display like a time code on screen or that sort of situation. But that's the safest option legally for sure. Yeah, which is a huge plus to me. I don't want to like play around in a legal gray area, At this point, I've done so much Critical Role at this point, and they haven't claimed, and they've talked so much about how they don't, and they've supported reaction channels. Like, I feel pretty confident and comfortable with Critical Role, especially because all of the content I'm watching is not from behind any sort of paywall. But for stuff that is, I want to play more on the safe side of those legal areas. But yeah. They're pretty chill on copyright and React. Yeah, they are. I just I'm trying to balance like playing it safe, respecting the ethics of what everyone's doing, of like, I don't want to take money out of Dropout's pocket. That's not my goal in any way, shape, or form. So driving more people to get the subscription, if they wanted to, watch along, that'd be like an ideal form of an ideal result of React content. If I could do like that sort of like watch party sync up sort of thing, but for the Dropout backend, and I publish like a third party plugin or something, like a browser extension that syncs up those things for Dropout's backend. That's in my view, if then people wanted to then participate in my content, they would be driven towards getting the Dropout subscription. And that's like the ideal sort of interaction between reaction content and base content, is that sort of the React content driving towards the Prime content. So anyways, it's all those sorts of things. And we're testing things out. That's why I say, there's technical considerations and practical production considerations. And we're doing a lot of testing. Me and Paige are also testing some like series stuff with multiple people and seeing like how it would kind of function working between two different parties on the same stream or in the same recording. So I'm doing a lot of experimenting, is all that is to say. C4 confuses me. I thought AOU was C4. No. Age of Umbra is like a short mini-series. 8 episodes. And they did announce Age of Umbra 2. So there is going to be a second Age of Umbra series. But C4 is separate. Yeah. So yeah. I'm sure if audio is muffled and video FPS is low enough, Amazon won't detect it, much less be able to claim. Yeah. And there's certainly a balance. I mean, I could also do something as simple as, similar to my like Fantasy High stuff, but I just don't show any of the footage from the show, and I just like put a time code or a time code range of like the thing I'm talking about. There are certainly ways to do it all, but trying to figure it out, Automated as heck. It is indeed. Yeah. Lobum as Exu Calamity, which a lot of people are looking forward to getting there, including myself. I know. And I will say, beyond C4, I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do after C1. If I'm going to go straight into C2. Well, I know there's going to be a bit of a break between C1 and C2 where I want to do some retrospectives on C1. But that's like 2026 stuff. But taking money from Amazon is the ethical choice. Well, I said I was, I'm going to treat Dropout at Amazon very differently. Have you seen the anime trailer for M9 on Prime yet? Are you fully avoiding spoilers? I generally don't watch that sort of stuff. I'm assuming M9 is I saw that there was a C2, like a Legend of Vox Machina sort of show, but for Campaign 2 that just got announced. I have not watched that. Because I'm generally avoiding spoilers for any sort of C2 because I've made a lot of guesses. Although at this point I have made the guesses, so I'm not as concerned about it. I've pretty much made my C2 guesses. If it gets spoiled, it gets spoiled. I don't care that much, but I still am avoiding it. Makes sense, yeah. Need to leave the skin color reveal for the actual campaign? Yeah, why not? I don't know. It's a lot of those sorts of things. Like there was also this conversation around like set spoilers when I was going to start watching Age of Umbra, and people were like, I don't know if it's going to spoil the set. Those are the sorts of things where it's like, I want to avoid it in general, but if it happens, it happens. It's not that big a deal. Anyways. So, going back to off of all the back end stuff, I guess all that is to say before I really go into it. May or may not cancel next week. We'll see. It depends on how technical stuff is going behind the scenes. I have like kind of like a roadmap timeline that I want to hit, and I'm working on some stuff for that. Oh, also, actually, a good thing to end it off with. Speaking of all this stuff, if you would do me a favor, I have a request. If you have any particular like favorite moments from Critical Eyes, so whether that is like a vague like the moon tree theory or Kima or whatever, or I mean as specific as you can get would be lovely for me. Time coded a specific episode, but any of your favorite moments from Critical Eyes, or favorite things in that vein, those would be useful. Those would be cool. And if you could put them in the comments of this video, that would be sick. And if you don't, then I absolutely get it. But if you have any favorites that come off the top of your head and you can remember to put them in the comments, I would love that. Like a clip or something? A clip would be amazing. That's like, the most granular. I feel like you could go with it, and I would love that. But as general as you want to go with it, the more information, the better, and the more granular that information is, also the better. But I don't want to, I would rather have more responses than more detailed responses. More detailed responses. Anyways, Akima theory, supercuts across all of Cries would be great. That sort of thing in the comments below. Yeah. So it doesn't have to be like time coded, but if you're like just like your favorite moments, that sort of thing. Would be hard to put together though. Yeah. But this is an information gathering. I don't promise to do anything with it, but this is an information gathering step. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. G. Herka, the ending of the Armente was nice. What do you think about the apparent lack of plot hooks? I don't know, man. I don't want to be too negative or critical until I see how it pans out. But I will say right now, all I see in terms of real, honest to God plot hooks, and I'm being generous with this, is Hodis the Rakshasa. But Hodis the Rakshasa has a huge issue in that they've already killed him twice. They've already killed bro twice. And I will add, now it's a multi-layered issue. So don't take any individual piece as the whole pie. But Matt also just went to pretty great lengths to explain sort of the dynamics of the Hells. One of which being that you can get kind of demoted and promoted depending on what you do and how well you do it. And Matt talked about the Pit Fiend that they killed in the City of Brass probably getting demoted. In my opinion, that was probably included so that the PCs weren't worried about the Pit Fiend coming back after them. But, to me, that sort of implies, not totally, I don't think it totally implies this, but there's a bit of an implication that Hodis would have gotten demoted as well. Now, again, I think that the rationale for mentioning that about the Pit Fiend is solid. I don't think you want the players worried that the Pit Fiend is going to come back after them, but that blade kind of cuts both ways. And so now there is... It feels like small potatoes. It feels like this is sort of filler. Like, I don't think that Hodis is a real, like, honest to God threat to them. Or at least I don't feel that. Because he has failed to kill them twice. They've only gotten stronger. And everything that is implied would say that Hodis has either maintained strength or possibly gotten weaker. And so there's this real sort of tension for me in that it feels just sort of like spinning your wheels to go after Hodis, right? It's not even like, we have a vague big bad plot hook, and we could get information about the vague big bad. Let's say it's Vecna, whatever. It's not even like, oh, we can get some information about Vecna in the Nine Hells, and Hodis also happens to be there. And so we can, defeat Hodis while we're also looking for this other stuff. And then that could be a way to give some concrete plans to otherwise very vague and abstract plans, right? Just the idea of just go to the Nine Hells is not really a plan, if that is like the plot hook that they had. Like, let's imagine, I'll make it more concrete. Let's imagine that Allura, let's work in the spinning black hole, because I talked about that last time of like, hey, it's crazy to me that it is wild to me that they have not handled the spinning ball of death. So let's say that Allura or Gilmore or someone comes to them and says, hey, we've been looking into the spinning ball of death, and, we know that something about this ritual was related to Vecna, but we're also getting some Hell's energy off of it. Or some of the runes aren't what is historically associated with Vecna. Some of these are infernal. Some of these are hellish runes. And then the players are like, well, what the fuck do we do with that? And Allura and Gilmore are like, fuck, we don't know. Now you've got a broad driver to go to the Hells that has some weight to it, has some stakes to it. But you have a more concrete, practical direction to travel in with Hodis. So you look up Hodis and you say, okay, Rakshasas are probably going to be in the city of Dis, I think, is where they're headed. Rakshasas are probably going to be in Dis, and so we'll go to Dis, we'll deal with Hodis, and we'll see if we can find anything on the way or while we're there that can give us some next steps. I think that could have been something that I could have liked a little bit more out of this. Because right now, I just feel such a lack of sort of investment for this quest. Because I have no real doubts that they're going to succeed. Unless there's some bit of lore that I'm missing about, like, devils being more powerful in the Hells, and so it'll be, like, a harder fight to fight him in the Hells. I don't know. I mean, I guess, like, all of the other fiends are there. They'll probably help him. But I don't know. Rakshasas aren't devils. They're fiends that are more associated with the Hells, but you aren't actually devils. We talked about this last time. Yeah, it's like fiends are devils and demons, I think. And then demons are abyss and devils are hells. They're both evil, but like one is chaotic, one is lawful. But we talked about like the Rakshasa is in the Hells. I'm pretty certain about that. Of like the Rakshasas are in the Hells. I mean, they were researching the Hells to go after Hodis. So I think Matt would have corrected them if they were off base on that. Yeah. Is it so bad not having one big apparent plot hook for a while? As a player, I like sandboxing and side questing for a while, but I understand it's not entertaining from a watcher's perspective. I agree about that in regards to the Aramente. That's why at the very beginning of this, I was like, okay, the last few episodes that we've been in have been fine from a TTRPG perspective. Like you said, not as entertaining from like a watcher POV, but I agree, especially for the last few sessions, about this kind of like side questing. Like they went to Vasselheim to return the hand. They go to the Armente. They returned the thing to Ankarel. they've been doing some side questing for a sec. And I mean, hey, in my current home game, guilty of this right now. The players have no big overarching quest right now. They are in very sandboxing mode. My problem, or not even my problem, and that's why I'm hesitant to dive too deep on this until I see how it kind of plays out. But right now, it's not even so much that there's not a big quest hook. It's that I don't feel like any amount of stakes or even interest regarding HOTUS. Like, even if because I saw someone talk about a shape-shifting enemy is always going to be a degree of a threat, which is true. But from a more feel perspective, this is an enemy that they've killed twice. And has not killed any of them in the process. They've all died a bunch of times. But HOTUS has never killed any of them, and they've killed him twice. So it's less about the fact that they're sandboxing and side questing, and more about like the fact that I don't really feel any amount of like anything. Like, even side questing to that degree, HOTUS just feels like a bad side quest at this point. But he's kind of all that's left. And, I said personally, if I'm in the game, I'm looking into the spinning orb of death. But Vox seems to have no interest in doing that. And Matt is not giving them any additional reasons to be interested in doing that. So I could also take that, even if the spinning orb of death isn't involved in the big plot hook. If let's say that Vecna and the Primordials are not related at all, and the Primordials are the big bad for the final thing, and whatever the Kraken's plan is, that's going to be the final plot hook. Let's say all that's the case, but the orb is related to Vecna, so that would be then like a side quest if those two things aren't connected in any way. I'd love them to go after the orb. Or to look into the orb, or to have a side quest related to the orb, because boy, oh boy, do I not give a shit about HOTUS. And they have no other reason to go to the hells, So I think that's either it is. I just need this. I need to care about the side quests at least a little. So it's either tying the side quest into the bigger story, or giving me some more interesting side quests, which is what I think the Aramente was for me. The Aramente was an interesting side quest. Like, I was sort of a little bit bored with like the Ankarel and her putting the dude's wife's hand at the birth heart. I was like, okay, they need to clean up loose ends. That's fine, whatever. But I didn't really care that much. But then when they got into the Aramente, I was like, ooh, okay, there's a few stakes here for sure. Like, I was getting more into it, and now that we're out of the Aramente, yeah, I'm just kind of whatever about it. Yeah. I could argue there's a value in not introducing a new plot hooks yet. This is a way to let the players clear their quest log, start the final arc fresh and unburdened. I agree. I think it's honestly like, and I think that's like, I've been like riding that sort of up until now. And I think it is really that at this point, I just cannot bring myself to care about HOTUS. But he seems like kind of the only thing left on the table. And so now cleaning up HOTUS feels like a chore to me rather than a fun game in like any sense of the conception. But maybe HOTUS could get a little spice added. I'm willing to believe that. And that's why I said, take all this with a grain of salt. Take it provisionally. Hodis could get some spice added to him. But, I don't know. Yeah. I don't necessarily want them to move into the final arc right now. I just want them to move into an arc that I care about. I cared about the Aramente. So I just want them to kind of move into another thing that I kind of care about. Even the City of Brass, as much as I talk shit on that arc, I did want them to succeed. And I cared about them succeeding. So even the City of Brass arc, I will I'll give it that. I really wanted them to succeed and I cared about that. Yeah, man. I'm just struggling to care about Hodis. Yeah, it does feel personal. Yeah, I didn't read the entire chat, Rainbow Dragon. It does feel personal. And I think that we compared Hodis and his effect on their mentality to the spinning orb, where the spinning orb has been a net positive for them. And Hodis, it's tough for me to consider Hodis a threat in the same way that I might consider the Kraken or Vecna or a Pit Fiend. The way that I might consider those threats, it's hard for me to consider Hodis a threat. I think that the real threat of Hodis is that his existence makes them more paranoid. And so I think I totally get why they want to put this guy to bed and why they want to be done with it. But man, do I not give a shit. So yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Has Keela died? Yeah, she's the only one that hasn't. Yeah. Pondering the orb. Yeah. Yeah, I totally get you there. Even side quests need some stakes. Yeah. Or even just I don't know, something interesting, It's like the Feywild arc. I think that the Feywild arc could broadly be considered the arc with like the weirdest stakes. I think the lowest stake arc was probably the City of Brass because it was getting a vestige for Pike. And, not to go fully into Pike, but yeah. But beyond excluding that one, because I think it was so focused at Pike and Ashley that I don't feel right considering it equivalently to the other arcs. I think the lowest stake arc was probably the Feywild. But the Feywild was, I think, a much more interesting environment and had more stakes on it. Not just because, Feywild is fun and freaky. Compared to the Hells, I guess. But it is also because Singorn was there. The twins' father was there. And the location of Fenthros, this cancerous tree, was sort of serving as a broad planar threat to the Feywild. And so any amount of attachment that the players might have made or developed for the Feywild, if they do find it fun and freaky, then there was a threat presented to it with Fenthros and the cancerous tree. And that threat, those stakes, happened to line up with the thing that they wanted, which in itself was pretty low stakes. It's just a magic item. Like, at the end of the day, Fenthros is good, but it's just a magic item. It's relatively low stakes. But I think Matt did a really good job of not only tying in some personal stuff to the Feywild, but also presenting additional stakes. I don't want to say larger stakes, but I think that the Gilded Run holding in the Shade Merc seemed like a relatively unbalanced situation to me. It seemed like something that was kind of hanging on the precipice of it's stable for now, but it's obviously a very dangerous thing that is just barely being held in check. And so there's additional implied stakes there, which I really like. Now, to be somewhat to be fair and somewhat not fair, I guess, it could be argued that the stakes only increased once they got there. They got a much better understanding of the situation once they got to the Feywild. But they still knew about the cancerous tree and like the threat broadly that it posed before even going there. And again, they had the personal connection with Singorn and Sildor, and even speaking about other side quest opportunities or working it into the larger plot thread, there was a component of the Feywild of them going to Singorn and convincing Singorn to like join their anti-Thordak coalition, which, you know, I've argued was not much of a challenge. They seemed pretty down pretty quick. It seemed like they were kind of already doing that. But it still is an additional layer of stakes. There was a lot of things going on in the Feywild. And I'm not getting any of that from Hodis and the Hells. Like, this is a small example. But let's say, I don't know. Let's say someone important to them died and their soul is being trapped in the Hells and they can't even revive them. But like, this is maybe an example. Let's say that Scanlan didn't get revived. Let's say Scanlan died and that's how Terry came into the group. Scanlan doesn't retire. He just dies. Seeding in that Scanlan's soul is trapped in hell, and you can't resurrect him, but you might be able to free his soul from Lemure status and send him to one of the more neutral planes. Maybe you can't even send him to the heavens, and the Raven Queen might make that very clear. But maybe you can transfer him to, like, Pandemonium or Limbo or Bestaria? I don't remember all the Great Wheel cosmology. But that would be an additional layer of personal stakes, kind of like Singorn in the Feywild. Of like, yeah, we're going to go and deal with Hodis, but we're also going to try to transfer Scanlan's soul to a better afterlife. So yeah, the whole time I was just pondering the orb while watching this the first time. Pondering the orb. Yeah. Obligatory aquatic ape. Yeah. Do you think Horus has been revived already? If so, why hasn't he made his move? I could not tell you. I could not even remotely tell you. I think timeline-wise, given what Allura told them about the Rakshasa, I think we are within the window where we are maybe at like the earliest possible stage where he could have been resurrected. And there's still plenty of time left in that window where he might still be in the Hells and he might still, not be resurrected. And then from a storytelling POV, especially because the players have continued to talk about going after Hodis, as long as it makes sense in fiction, which I think is a good like first port of call when you're thinking about these sorts of things. It is. I would keep Hodis in the Hells if I was Matt. And again, I think that the timeline that Allura gave them matches up in such a way that I believe it makes total sense for Hodis to still be in the Hells. And if I'm Matt, that's where I'm keeping him. So from those two perspectives, I don't think he's resurrected yet. If he is, and he hasn't made his move, I can only assume that he's prepping. He's attempting to get a stronger ally. And honestly, if we're really talking about, if we wanted, let's pitch all the other stuff I was talking about. Let's say that we just want Hodis to be a bigger threat, right? I think that the way I would make Hodis a threat is to show some evidence that he is attempting to gather allies against Vox. He's trying to gather some manner of other planar allies. I mean, there's a possibility that either Percy or Vax could have had a vision of Orthax talking to Hodis, of Hodis and Orthax parlaying in the hells. That's a little bit heavy-handed, obviously, but something along those lines, or possibly, I mean, I don't know how it lined up in terms of, I mean, there's even a possibility where you could have had on the Glint Shore, if you had had some evidence either on Ripley's body or in something that Ripley said that Hodis was trying to recruit Ripley against Vox, you could have it fail. Like, you could find, like, I don't know, letter correspondence that show Hodis trying to convince Ripley to join him in a coalition against Vox. And he could even imply that he's already got some people signed on, some, like, former enemies. And Ripley could deny him. Ripley could say, nah, I got it, I'm good. I don't need your fucking silly ass devil deal. Silly asshole. and that could be fine, but that would at least imply a raising of the stakes with Hodis. Because I'm not threatened by Hodis. But if Hodis starts gathering a bunch of former Vox enemies, now the threats are sort of being raised, and we could do a little bit of like a best of tour, like a reunion tour for a band, where it's all of like Vox's former enemies. Yeah, Sinister Six sort of deal, where it's all of their, you know, former enemies. You could even bring back some enemies that they've killed. I mean, Hodis is in the hells. He can go and get their souls. Maybe he can give them a new weird body. So they encounter an Uranus that has the mind of Ripley. They encounter a pit fiend that has the mind of Vorugal. I don't know if dragons go to the hells or not, but you catch my meaning. You could do kind of a best ofs tour with all of these characters from Vox's past in these new demonic bodies that Hodis has recruited against them. That's one option. I'm not saying that Matt should do that. Probably has some other fallout effects that I'm not considering right now, but an example of how to make me care about Hodis. Because Hodis as an individual, yeah. Beastlands? Oh, I think I was thinking of Beastlands. I think that's considered a heaven. I don't know. Wherever it's reasonable to send Scanlan. Pandemonium might be in the abyss. I mean, that could work. Sorry, Hodis just left the hells to kill you in Whitestone. Yeah, they go to the hells and people are like, yo, do you want to leave a message? Yeah. Silly asshole. So yeah, I don't know. It's all of this, I will say, I will reiterate, pending what I actually see. Because there is still time for Matt to make me care about Hodis. There's still time. Now, if Hodis is literally just like hanging out in hell, and that's it, and they get there and they fight him and they kill him, you know, I guess it's fine. It depends on how fast it is. I'll put it that way. So, yeah. We'll have to see. I think there's still time. I think I will have to see what Matt does to know exactly what I think about it.
Hello, everyone.
And I'm pulling it up on the other screen. But for now, that's where my head's kind of at. Last episode, Matt said Tiamat is in Avernus, but I'm not sure if dragons go there. Yeah, I think the implication is that Tiamat is trapped in Avernus. Like, she doesn't want to be there. But I don't know. Wouldn't resing all the old baddies devalue their past victories and make VM question any future runs? Good question. I think if you resurrect them to the material plane, totally agreed. Debatable, I think, if they're in the Hells. I am picturing this in the Hells, which is a bit of an extra issue / step in my option of, so he's gathering this coalition in the Hells, but then how do they actually affect Vox Machina? Maybe they're going to try to lure them in with like a trap, so that way you can establish that the baddies definitely can't come back, but you still need to get the party to where they encounter the baddies. So some sort of lure or trap to get them into the Hells, but you also have to seed that this coalition is happening. I mean, that could be the bait, is that there's some implication that maybe Hodis is like researching a ritual, and this could even tie into a potential Vecna tie-in. Maybe Hodis is researching some sort of ritual or process to get former like mortal souls back onto the material planes in their demonic bodies. Maybe there is like some sort of barrier that they can't cross normally so that this is maintained, so that their victories aren't devalued. But the stakes of it is that Hodis is researching how to do that, and maybe you don't even show that he's building a coalition. Maybe you just imply, you just say it as Matt, like, oh yeah, like Hodis is trying to figure out how to do his thing, like the thing that he can do as a Rakshasa, where, you know, he keeps coming back and bothering you. He's trying to figure out how to do that for all of your former enemies. Ripley, Briarwoods, and like even as Matt, you can go down the fucking list and be like, yeah, if Hodis is successful, you might have to deal with all of your former enemies in demonic form. Now, that does play a little bit close to the fire, because you really don't, as a DM, you don't want Hodis to succeed. Because if Hodis does succeed, that's a bit of a tough writing situation. But it would raise some stakes. It's the sort of thing that could like work in a book or a novel, but is maybe a little risky in a TTRPG. So I don't know. That's why I say, and like I said, and you pointed it out, maybe not the best way for Matt to take it, but something to raise the stakes for Hodis, or to drive some interest for me. Oh, the Briarwoods as Succubus and Incubus. Oh, yeah, Mike 30. Absolutely. Or you could even have all the baddies become this extra planar council. So maybe they're not trying to get resurrected, but Hodis is like putting together a council of all of the former baddies, and they can't actually get to the material plane, but they are now acting as like this extra planar villainous organization that is going to direct their pawns against Vox. And so Vox won't actually have to deal with their former baddies if they never go to the Hells. But their former baddies, they start getting some evidence that they are manipulating mortals against Vox. And so if they want to make the former baddies stop manipulating mortals against them, now they have to go to the hells and put an end to that. And then they get this, greatest hits tour. I don't know. Something maybe in that vein. I'm honestly not totally convinced by that as an option, but those are the sorts of places my mind is going. I'll be honest, if it were me, I would probably just tie it into the bigger plot somehow. If I'm being real about how I would probably handle it in my campaign, I would give some rationale for why they need to go to the hells to progress the spinning orb of death plotline, and to learn more about that or to figure out what's going on there. That is probably where I would actually go with it. But if you want it to be like purely fresh and like purely a new thing and not, kind of involve any old things, then that this other side of things is maybe a place to look. Somehow Palpatine is back. Yeah. It kind of feels like the whole no one actually dies in comic books thing if they did come back. Yeah, a little bit. Which is something I personally think you do want to avoid. So that's why I'm not totally convinced on that. But is making up plot connections ad hoc a good thing, though? It depends. I wouldn't say it's a good or bad thing. I'd say, the idea of making up a plot connection between two disparate plot lines as needed, ad hoc. I wouldn't say it's a good or bad thing. Personally. I would say it is pretty dependent upon how convincing the connection is and how convincingly you deliver it. I think it should not feel improv'd, certainly. But again, I think it depends on how convincingly you can it might really weaken the world building. I think that is certainly a risk. To be very clear, I think that is certainly a risk. But I think it would depend on the connection. I'm not saying that Matt should do it like mid-session. This would be like, an aspect of prep and all those sorts of things. So that's right now they have done so little research into the orb that when we talk about like weakening the world building, I don't know if there's an amount that the orb can really be weakened at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, all we really know about it is that it's not an orb of annihilation. It is a siphon, currently. But we also know that it was involved in some sort of ritual that the Briarwoods were attempting to enact for something related to Vecna. At this point, the world building is pretty damn light. That it's not too much of a stretch to imagine there being some clue in the hells. Or, I'll take it a step further. It could possibly be that, maybe they discover, or the Gilmore and Allura come to them and they say, hey, after the whole Chroma Conclave business, we've had some additional time to look into the orb a little bit, and we're pretty sure that it does X, Y, and Z. Maybe they give them some information off the bat, and then they say, but we're really confused, or we really don't understand this. This exact piece. Say they understand, X and Z, but they don't understand Y. And they might say that the secret to Y is just hidden in the hell somewhere. Or you can even take it a step further and say, the only person that we've been able to find that writes about this process, say it's the process of punching a hole between the planes, maybe Vox Machina has to go and find the person that originally came up with the gate spell. That's kind of fun, right? like Gilmore and Allura are like, oh man, we know that this has something to do with the gate spell, or we know this has something to do with this spell. But we don't have an innate understanding of that spell construction. We need the author, the original author of the spell that came up with the original formulation. They might know more. Where are they? Oh, well, later in life, they weren't such a cool person. And we're pretty sure they went to the hells. And so now it's like a manhunt, it's a person investigation. And they're trying to find this person so that they can gain more insight into the ritual and et cetera, et cetera. Run ads? Nah, we're going to skip the first set of ads at least. So yeah. What episode are you on of CR? Just find your channel in the stream. Hell yeah, Nick H. Let's go. Welcome. We are on, I think someone probably answered. Yeah, 91. If Matt has a plan for the orb, the lore around it, the history and magical explanation, he probably shouldn't add in infernal stuff just so VM are more motivated to do what they were planning to do already. I mean, I think that that's fair. And especially with the first example that I gave of this, where I was like, oh, there are these infernal runes on it. I think that's certainly a fair point. But I think you could just have, whatever information, let's consider this, the entire, breadth of information that is available to be discovered from Matt's perspective about the orb. As Matt, you could easily just cut out some information and make this information not accessible in the Cobalt Reserve or from Gilmore or Allura. You make that information, you chop it out, and you say that information is only accessible in the Hells. That would at least be the direction I would probably go. If I was looking to drive some stakes towards the Hells. Now, that said, I also would have done it earlier. I would have probably done it before the Aramente, because I would have wanted to give it some time to breathe. Because if Matt does it right now, so they've just finished the Aramente, they have this big crowning ceremony, they're obviously going to the Hells right now. At that point, introducing this sort of thing is a little bit contrived. You can feel it. At this point, I don't know that there is anything that Matt can do other than introduce something once they get there. So introduce something that is happening beyond HOTUS or involved with HOTUS in some way once they're already there. That makes me care a little bit more about their journey. But I don't know that there's anything Matt can do on the material plane at the point that we're at to make it more interesting. I think at this point, since they're already headed there, anything you introduce at this point is going to feel, at least to a degree, contrived. So I think if you were going to introduce this sort of thing, whether it's the Evil Council or missing orb knowledge or what have you, I think the last chance was probably before they went to the Vesra. I think when they're about to leave for the Vesra, it's probably your last chance to introduce that and have it not feel like it's, coming up just so that you have additional motivation. What episode introduces the orb? Ooh, it's somewhere in the Briarwood arc. So probably somewhere in the 20s or 30s, I would guess. But what if they went to hell and discovered that the Eagle Tiger Boy left? He wanted to that place, and hey, you have that place be in a plot relevant location. It's possible. We know so little about where Hodis actually is that I think that could work. But the motivation is still a little bit light for me personally. Because now we're just on a longer journey to find a guy I still don't care about. And I think for this sort of thing, they would have to kind of not know that the location is plot relevant. But I think that I think the mindset is going in a good direction. I think that placing Hodis in somewhere that is plot relevant could help. But for me, it's a lot of motivation. I just don't care about Hodis at this point. And I kind of need some reason to care about him, you know? As more than just a chore. Like, I view Hodis the same way I view dirty dishes. It's like, okay, I have to do them. You know, I have to take care of them in order to live a happy and fulfilling life. But that doesn't mean that it's interesting. That's kind of where I'm at with Hodis, you know? Yeah. Having to find info via a person is so much more interesting than finding it in like a book. I think there's a lot to this, even separate from this conversation. The idea of finding information from someone that is a master of the craft or information that's been passed down orally and you have to convince the person to give it to you. It has this layer between you and accessing the fiction. Books are incredibly useful inventions specifically because they make acquiring information easier and preserving information a lot easier. But easy is not always what we want in a story. Sometimes we want it to be hard and difficult and complicated. And books can really make that shit a lot easier. Which is why I think in a lot of this sort of fiction, even when you have a book, there's often like eldritch tomes and books of forbidden knowledge that are hidden away in vaults or tombs, so that even when the information is preserved in a book, you still put those layers of friction between acquiring the information and the players. Because that is a lot more interesting. Hatsune Miku wrote the gate spell versus death of the author. I can still enjoy the gate spell even if the creator is compensating. Yeah. Oh, man. But yeah, so those are at least, and to bring it back to the like kind of I think original point that Jericho was kind of hitting at, of if Matt already has a plan for the orb. If Matt already has a plan for the orb, then, and this cannot be worked into the plan in a way that feels right and good and doesn't change the world building or doesn't weaken the world building, absolutely. Don't touch the orb. Create something new. Create something like the cancerous tree in the Feywild. Or place something related to the PCs in the Hells, like Singorn, right? That there are, I think, still options for how to work it in, regardless of what exactly that thing is. Yeah. I mean, even this is... Nah, you couldn't work this in. Never mind. I had a weird tangent thought process that wouldn't work at all. Never mind. Send Singorn to hell, bro. I mean, oh man. Again, I feel like we passed the point where you could introduce this, but I can imagine something where like the twins' dad writes them a letter or sends them a sending spell or something. Like, again, it would have to be like 2 or 3 sessions ago, probably. But I can imagine something where he writes them a letter and talks about how the threshold crests are acting strangely ever since they came back to the material plane, and how they've been like flickering and behaving very oddly. And you could absolutely have like corrupted threshold crests that send Singorn to hell. And that would absolutely drive some player interest into it, of like going to the Hells, going to Singorn, trying to figure out what's going on there. Now that's like a very immediate sort of thing. So again, I can see some issues with implementing that, but I think I'm not trying to necessarily find like the solution here. I think all of these are good starting places for where to go with hyping up this quest a little bit. They go to hell in the center is just a big tree. Oh no. But related to the title of this stream, because I didn't talk about it too much, I did want to, after all of this conversation, be talking about how I'm not enthused by this HOTUS quest, and how I don't think that Matt is maybe doing quite enough. I want to really say that I loved the Ashari ritual. And I loved the fact that I could feel intention kind of just dished throughout it. You can't always feel that in games in general, but in D&D games in general, but in Critical Role as well. You can't always feel that intention. And I've been talking about it off and on since the Bard's Lament, because that was the first time that the intention like really slapped me in the face. But I really loved that ritual, because it could have been so much more basic. It could have had less symbolism. It could have had less customization towards Keyleth and the actual quest line that she went through. There was a lot of just conscious, intentional effort put into it. And I think that makes a lot of sense for a end of personal plotline ceremony. But I wanted to highlight it because there are moments where I have thought that Matt's skill was really on display. His character work skill, his dramatic timing. I think I've seen a lot of those moments where his skill as a DM and a storyteller is really clear and really obvious, and it is what is kind of making the scene work, or at least making the scene as outstanding as it is. And then there are other times where, like, I don't think anything about the Aramente, frankly, is... the Aramente celebration ceremony and ritual. I don't think anything about that sequence was particularly skillful on Matt's part. And that sounds negative, but I don't mean it that way. I don't think there was anything about his performance during it that was particularly outstanding or like really defined why the scene was good and why the scene worked. I do think he played Keyleth's father really well. Like, I think that his performance of I don't remember his name, but whatever, of her father went really well. He gave very awkward dad energy with Vax. I thought that was great. Corin, thank you. But I think that so much of why that scene resonated was just some thought that he put in ahead of time. It was the customization of it being the Arashari and like the singing being such a predominant aspect, and the single note twisting into melodies, like mirroring the turbulence of the wind around them. The single shrieking note of wind that can then tumble and turn around you, mimicked by the Arashari during this ascension of Keyleth into the voice of the Tempest. The small line, I mean, it was tiny, but it was so clearly thoughtful, and you can tell how thoughtful it is by the fact that I don't remember it exactly, but we all talked about it at the time and we put it into chat. It was like, it's heavy but it fits well, I think. Was the heavier than expected but it fits well. I mean, that line is just fucking copy, dude. That's bars. And those are the sorts of, and I don't think it's, and again, it's a pretty, I don't want to like downplay any of this, but I think it's a relatively obvious line, but it shows an amount of effort and intention on Matt's part. It shows that he didn't just put in the bare minimum for this scene. And why I want to highlight all of this is I think it's a good example of how, even if you feel like you don't have the character acting skills or the voice acting skills of Matt, Critical Role and Matt's DMing in general is not just successful because of his voice acting capabilities and because of his storytelling sensibilities and his dramatic timing, which I all think are amazing. It is also successful because often he just puts in the effort, you know? And just putting in that effort, even, again, what I would call somewhat basic symbolism effort, can make a truly memorable scene. And, I mean, I'm DMing right now. You can't put effort into every part of the game, right? You can't put effort into every single interaction and every single character and environment. You have to pick and choose your battles there. But I wanted to highlight it to show that you can pick and choose your battles, and you can probably make a scene that is as good as Matt's, you know? Also, his fiance, future wife, if he puts time and effort into anything, I feel like it's this. I mean, I think that, yeah, we can certainly interrogate the kind of motivations for putting effort into it. Absolutely. And why you're putting effort into any given scene is largely up to like the tone of your table, the things that you want to highlight, all those sorts of things. But I really wanted to just highlight that, like, I don't think there's any particular skill on display here. I think the big thing on display is effort, and that's something that anyone can put in. Yeah. Imagine if they forgot to do the Armente. Look, it seemed like they might for a little bit. Yeah. Sometimes talent shows in getting the small stuff really right. That's fair, and I won't deny that. But I think I'm going towards a point of, I think sometimes people get too caught up in, I need to get better before I can do this. I need to learn more before I can do this, or I need to develop my vocal skills before I can do something like that. And I think anyone in this chat could do that scene to at least 95% of what Matt did, just through an effort. Of effort? An expenditure of effort. I don't know what I'm trying to, I don't know exactly how to phrase it, but I think anyone can get there, yeah. Something being obvious doesn't make it shallow or useless or bad. Absolutely. Absolutely. Makes me think of tropes. They're often basic things, but they're common for a reason because they work. Yes. Like, we have certain storytelling sensibilities as audience across humanity. Not to get too fucking monomyth about it, because I don't totally subscribe to the monomyth, but I do think that tropes are, like you said, tropes for a reason. And it's better to have, or not better, but it can be better to just have that base level of effort, even if it isn't particularly quote unquote clever or insightful. Just having that effort is going to heighten it so much. Speaking of symbolism, have you ever had a player who was incapable of understanding symbolism and or comparisons? I don't think so. I've definitely had players that are more or less sensitive to it, I guess I would say, or like think about it more or less. But I can't think of any time that they were totally incapable. Yeah. And I mean, this effort conversation doesn't just have to apply to symbolism and comparison. It can also apply to other things. But in the case of the Ashari ritual, it certainly was effort put into the symbolism and the comparisons. Like I said, I don't think it has to be. I think that the Bard's Lament is an amazing example of effort that was not put into necessarily symbolism. It was effort put into self-reflection and self-introspection. And really, I think Sam thought really hard about Scanlan's place within the party and the dynamics between Scanlan and other characters and those social ties and interactions. Which I know isn't exactly what you're asking, but to kind of tie it into the whole thing, if you do have a player that is incapable of those things, that's a consideration to make when determining where am I going to put in my effort. Am I going to put in my effort towards symbolism and comparisons, or am I going to put my effort more into really trying to understand the characters, really trying to work in their story to the overall world, really trying to take their personality and plot where they want it to go? Am I just going to put a lot of effort into combat design? Do my players just really fucking love combat? And I'm going to put a ton of effort into maps. I'm going to make sure that they have cover and dynamic interactions, maybe phases to them, all these things that might not be effort that's worth putting in if you have a different set of players. Yeah. Personally, I find, what brings it to mind for me is food. There are legit chefs who do extremely basic recipes absurdly well, and that's their brand. Yeah, absolutely. No, I don't think it's weird. I get it. I totally get you. I find tropes only really bad when the writing relies on you knowing the trope and doesn't prop it up in the universe. I can see that. Yeah. Ooh, man. I had a thing I was gonna tangent off of that, but I gotta focus us back on the episode. I gotta wrap it up here. But I agree with you. And I had an example, but it's too long. It's too long. Yeah. Q is also the only member of the campaign long quest with a certain endpoint, so it feels like a good thing to put extra spotlight on. Full on agree. 100%. And there is a talent, there is a skill in identifying what to put effort into. Wrapping it back to, I think it might have been you, Rainbow Dragon, that was talking about how Matt's really good at this sort of thing. There is a skill towards identifying the moments that are worth putting effort into and how much effort to put into them. But that's a skill I think you can train, and you only train it by doing it, I think, and experimenting, because it is, I think, relatively context dependent, table dependent. It's one of the reasons I like doing this series, because we have a kind of common talking point to discuss when it comes to these sorts of context dependent things. But there's certainly a skill to that. Yeah. I was in a game with another player, could not understand evidence pointing to a death cult. The explanation was have never seen them doing it. We have never seen them doing it. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's certain kinds of evidence that speak more or less to certain kinds of people. I think there's also an amount of, I think different people will be, especially in a game like a TTRPG, right? I've definitely experienced it with players interpreting the game and like the narrative presented in the game as more or less grounded in reality. I've experienced that within just watching this show and talking to chat of, you know, me talking about something that would work for the narrative and some people in chat saying like, well, yeah, but like this thing, the thing that ended up happening is more grounded in reality. Like, sure, Mega, what you're saying is grounded in an amount of reality, and maybe it works better for the narrative, but what Matt did is more grounded in reality. And so I do think that there is some of a divergence, or somewhat of a divergence there within players, of players that are interpreting the events that happen within the story as events happening within a story and a narrative and a fiction, and using sort of storytelling sort of vibes to piece things together. And people who take it more maybe literally, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, we just don't have enough evidence for this. If I was a real detective in real life, this is not enough evidence. We haven't seen them doing it. We haven't seen enough direct evidence. I'm not convinced. Now, I would argue that that's not a great mindset to come into D&D with, because we are limited in the amount of information we can convey as DMs, not only literally like sensory limited, but also time limited. You know, if you're a real detective, you just research until it's done. But we want to get to the interesting parts within our D&D fun time game. So I think that I have definitely encountered that sort of varying mindset, and I think that could be contributing to this. I don't know, though. It could just be that they do struggle to interpret that symbolism. I'm doing that chore because these players, Liam especially, already want to go. No reason to gild the lily. Matt plans for his players, not for the audience, and not for a streamer watching 8 years later. He's thinking, Mega doesn't care about the Otis plot. Look, man, I think there's a difference between I want to go and do something and I'm like interested in going and doing something. I'm not going to speculate on how his players feel about it. I have a hard time imagining that they're super stoked to go and do this. I could be wrong. This isn't me sort of drawing a personal comparison. I'm saying I don't think the HOTUS quest is interesting. Not just to me. I think because of the things that I laid out, it is more something that they have to do rather than something that is interesting to go and do. That is the claim that I would make. Is that, like I said, I compared it to dishes. It's like, yeah, I want to do the dishes in that I want a clean sink and I want to eat off of dishes and not out of my hands or off of the countertop. But that doesn't mean that I'm interested in doing the dishes. So, you know, I can't say how, maybe me and Liam have very different things that interest us. I just, I don't know. I can't particularly imagine it. Let's see. A lot of tropes come as a function of the medium they come from. Yeah, that's also true. Liam has mentioned Otis a bunch of times. I think at least he is interested in it. I would argue that he is afraid of it. And I think that's a slightly different sort of thing. Or even like putting myself into their game, I would be frustrated by the existence of HOTUS. I would want to take care of HOTUS right now. I probably would want to take care of HOTUS, to be clear. But not because I think it'll be like an interesting thing to go and do. I would still kind of dread having to go and do it because I think it would be really boring. But I would still want to do it because I would want to stop questioning if every NPC I encounter is HOTUS. It's been like every other episode, they like litmus test someone to see if they're HOTUS. I won't argue that it's very on their minds. I think it is. But not in like a good way. And I'm not a subscriber to the, sort of any attention is good attention sort of mindset. I don't think that their attention to HOTUS in their minds, or the mindset and the attention that they're giving to HOTUS is indicative that the quest line is good. Maybe we'll put it that way. Like, they're giving absolutely no attention to the spinning siphon, and I think that the siphon is more interesting than HOTUS. I think it's much more interesting than HOTUS. But I also understand why they aren't giving any attention to it. Because Matt has not given them a reason to give any attention to it. Whereas HOTUS, I don't think is interesting, but Matt's given them very clear reason to give a bunch of attention to it. So that's, I think, my mindset regarding it. HOTUS. But, yeah. And again, I am open to becoming interested in it. I'm absolutely open to Matt giving me a reason to care. I just haven't gotten it yet. Besides, I don't want to be suspicious of every NPC we encounter anymore. I want there to be more than just removing a negative. If they're not giving it any attention, then maybe they don't find it as inherently interesting as you do. Maybe. But I mean, I think that is a possibility. I don't think it is the case, if that makes sense. I think that's always a possibility, is that their impressions or their gut reactions are different than mine. I'm not going to speculate on it. But I think that beyond whether they find it inherently interesting or not, I think Matt's given them much more of a reason to pay attention to HOTUS and to give attention to HOTUS as opposed to the siphon. So I think it's hard for us to judge which one they're actually interested in. And so I can only talk about why I find one boring and one not. I don't, or I guess, let me rephrase it. I don't think we can take what the players end up doing as pure evidence of what is good or bad, what is interesting or not interesting. Because the players will do bad things, or the players will do uninteresting things, if that makes sense. They will do whatever is, well, not whatever is in front of them, but like if you give them information about one thing and you stonewall them on another, it doesn't matter how interesting they find the thing that you're stonewalling them on. They're going to go and do the thing that they have the capability to do. So even we can compare HOTUS and Orcus. Matt has given them much more information and feedback regarding HOTUS. So I think we could speculate as to which one, Orcus or HOTUS, Vox is more interested in. Because Vex seems very interested in Orcus. But the thing that they're actually going to go end up doing is HOTUS, because Matt has been giving them more towards that. Now that's, again, not to speak to what are they interested in, what are they not interested in. That is only to say that the things that they end up doing, or even the things they ask about, might not be indicative of what the players personally find interesting. I don't think we can draw that conclusion from their actions. Thanks for spacing out the notes in World Animal. The notes bunch up when you first brought up the screen bothered me. No, it bothered me too. I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. Yeah. I just think this group has shown that they will waste time on doing something if they are interested. Not that means what they do spend on time on, like HOTUS, is inherently good. I agree with you. I agree with you. I do think that they will spend more time on something that they are interested in, regardless. And I, to that end, I do think that I probably agree with you that they are not as interested in the orb as I am. I would still argue that part of that is Matt's fault. And I'll stick to that. But I think it is a good point that I do think they have displayed a willingness to over interact with things. But I don't think that, that maybe have been given less information. But I don't think we can take their interaction as, proof positive. But anyways. And I mean, I say Matt's fault. Do put a huge asterisk on that. Big ass. I need to get an asterisk graphic. Big ass asterisk on that. There is a huge possibility that because of the world building and because of the narrative that Matt has planned, there are reasons that he does not want them to look into the siphon too hard. Very much so. There's a huge reason or a huge plethora of reasons that I can think of in my head for why he might have wanted to introduce it earlier and then just have it sit there in the background for a while. I can think of a ton of reasons. So big ass asterisk when I say that. I think that their lack of interest is his fault, but that might be his intention as well. And that might be the effect that he's going for. Yeah. I feel like he's been at 8:30 for a while. That's possible. I sometimes forget to do it. I need to reset it occasionally. I wonder if the apparent difference in interest BTW between the cast and Meg is related to character versus environment focus. From a character perspective, HOTUS could be considered more interesting than the orb. That's true. That's fully true. I think there's something to be. Well, honestly, actually, that's not a bad point at all, ARO. That's because in my mind, I have latched on to the Briarwoods and Riskel Daxio as evidence of a larger Vecna movement. But to Vox's defense, we have not gotten any further evidence of a larger Vecna movement since then. And given how they interact with the Clasp, who, by and large, has proven themselves to be untrustworthy, quasi-explicitly evil individuals. As a faction. The Clasp, maybe they are useful to interact with, but they are evil and should not be trusted. I think that, frankly, has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt for me. But there were several members of Vox that were willing to put the Clasp in charge of Iman's rebuilding financials and efforts. So, I think there is pretty clear evidence that Vox and the only kind of line I can draw from that is that Vox has killed both of the Spirelings that were really involved in the evil efforts. They killed Spireling, I believe, Modeth and Vigar? I could be wrong. I know Modeth was one of them, but I think he's from the pre-stream. But they've killed two of the Spirelings that, in theory, masterminded some of the evil operations. And it does seem to point towards some manner of mindset that they have of this sort of almost like great man theory adjacent, like the leaders are the ones that like define the tone of the group sort of mindset, where like because they've killed the spiralings, there's no further, evil left within the clasp. And there's, it's unlikely, not even unlikely. I don't think they evaluate it that much. They seem to think that they killed the spiraling. The clasp is fine. They're neutral. They're just a thieving organization. And I think there is a comparison there to be made to the Briarwoods, in that they killed the Briarwoods and Riskel, and there has been no further evidence of the body of Vecna since. And so from that perspective, whatever is going on with the spinning orb of death is more of like an artifact of past evil. Like, it's more of a curiosity than anything, because the evil, the leaders, the people that were actually executing, again, I think in Vox's mind, this is speculation, but I think there is pattern evidence for this. They've killed the leaders. The underlings aren't going to continue the process. There's no risk in leaving the spinning orb there, because any, followers of the Briarwoods or any further followers of Vecna, they're going to go off and disappear, dissolve, or whatever. Their leaders have been taken out. And so now we don't have to worry about that organization. I think there's a really strong argument to be made that is the pattern that Vox has showed, and that is a character-focused pattern in a huge way. That is a pattern focused on individuals rather than factions or environmental effects or anything like that. And so I could see that. Hodis is an individualized threat. They have not, in a sense, killed the leader or taken out the leader. They have only removed them. What's his name? Galileo is still in exile in Sicily. He could always still have an effect. I think that's a really solid theory for why they might be less interested in the orb than I am, and why they might be possibly more interested in Hodis. I would still personally argue that Hodis is boring, even if he stays within their memories. Because I think the real pattern that I would draw out of this is that they remember individuals. They don't really remember or care that much about factions and groups. They care much more strongly about, I'm using the word care. I think it is a memory thing. Because them potentially giving control of the treasury to the clasp, kind of no matter what, is insane on its face. And I think can only be explained by them literally not remembering their previous interactions with it, with the clasp. Like, beyond everything else evil that they have done, they tried to, traffic Vex. I don't think that they would claim that was related to a specific spiraling. So I do think that it is largely down to a memory thing, the things that stick in their head. And so I think there is a big argument that Hodis is sticking in their head better than anything related to the siphon. And that can draw action and an amount of like willingness or wantingness to do something. Yeah. Regardless of how interesting that is. They might not view the orb as a hook. Legitimately. I think there's a distinct possibility that they view the orb as like a quasi-permanent feature of Whitestone now. Like, yeah, Whitestone just has the Death Orb in its basement. That's just what it has. I think there's a really solid chance of that. Because there's no direct character related to it anymore. So it's kind of hard to remember the details of like what it did and why the Briarwoods were doing things. And it's hard to remember that when the Briarwoods are gone. I think I could subscribe to that interpretation. Yeah. I don't think the cast in 2017 talked or theorized as much as Mega has. It might account for the interest difference and Mega's prior D&D experience, while most of CR haven't. Those could all be factors. Those could certainly be factors, yeah. In detective shows, they'll write murder victims in red ink on the whiteboard and will change it to black ink when the case is closed. I think VM considers the orb as part of a case closed IMHO. I could get on board with this interpretation. I could. As a rationale to why they're giving more attention and more memory to HOTUS, because let's also keep in mind, HOTUS hasn't done anything since the middle of the Chroma Conclave arc. And to go towards this whole theory even more, they had totally forgotten about HOTUS until he came back. They had completely written him off. They hadn't even considered that a fiend might be able to come back in any sort of way. They hadn't looked into it, which I don't blame them. I wouldn't have looked into it either. I wouldn't have known that. But they had it took like some reminding to be like, yeah, this is who this is. They didn't instantly remember it and like connect the dots. They were very confused about it for a little bit. So I think this interpretation makes a lot of sense to me with a lot of their behavior. Yeah. I remember being a 50-50 thing with half the group wanting to do either thing with giving the class control. It was. I don't want to say that like all of the characters were willing to do it, but none of the characters, like even the characters that weren't willing to do it, just talked about the class as a crime syndicate. They didn't talk about them in the like evil terms that the class deserves to be talked about in. Yeah. They only killed the dragons, didn't bother to look for the collaborators of the Chroma Conclave. Totally accurate. They haven't even considered that there might be other collaborators at work with the Chroma Conclave. I mean, frankly, I haven't considered it much either. But they have not even remotely looked into it. They have not gone to any of the layers. Like, they haven't gone back to Vorugal's lair, to Umbrasil's lair. They haven't, like, asked into any connections that the dragons might have left behind. Absolutely. Yeah. Vox would give the state of Vecna himself if it meant they didn't have to deal with the reconstruction. Yeah. Trip to the Arrows would be the first trip to the Outer Planes. Yes, I wonder what amount of above-the-table excitement there is for newbies to D&D. Oh, maybe. And I mean, that could also be this isn't even like an experience thing for me, but in my head, the elemental planes and the Feywild and the Outer Planes, they're all kind of the same shit to me. But there could be folks at the table that are not like that. You know, they might see the Hells as like fundamentally different to the elemental planes or the Feywild. And so there could be an amount of excitement there. Yeah, that's fair. They do treat everything that happened pre-stream as kind of semi-canon, soft canon. I feel like the cast only considers pre-stream as canon is when it's brought up again on stream. It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible. I would still argue that like the clasp has done evil shit since stream, not just pre-stream. But there's certainly something to be said there. Yeah. Do you think Vox focused on Tony the Tire because maybe he's a shapeshifter? Because all the experience they had conditioned them to worry about those. That's one of my basic arguments as to why they are I think focus is a good word. That's one of my basic arguments as to why they're focusing on HOTUS, is particularly because of his shapeshifter qualities. He's not really, from everything that we've seen, he's not really a threat to Vox. But all of their experience has taught them that shapeshifters as a general category are threatening and are a problem. And they need to be worried about shapeshifters broadly. So even though HOTUS hasn't given any evidence that he himself poses a real threat to Vox, they have been conditioned to say, HOTUS is a shapeshifter. He is a shapeshifter that can come back to life. We will never stop thinking about this if we don't go and deal with it. That's why I put it into the dishes category, because you have to do it. I would want to do it too, at a certain point. But I do think there is something more to be said about their difference in focus from me. I do think there's, as we've talked through it and thought about it, I think there's a lot of evidence to say that that Vox, once they have kind of chopped the head off the snake, so to speak, they consider it case closed. And there's an argument to be made that that's exactly why Matt told them that the Pit Fiend probably got demoted, to again imply that, in a sense, they had chopped the head off of the Pit Fiend by demoting him. So I could see this. I could see it. And these are the sorts of like introspective, or maybe not introspective, but these are the sorts of like evaluations it's important to do as a DM for your own games. Hey, to bring it back to critical eyes for a second, these sorts of evaluations are super important. Trying to figure out what your players' patterns of behavior are so that you can deliver them interesting stories. Because if I was not, if I'm Matt and I'm not even semi-consciously aware that this is kind of how my players are operating, kind of in this chop the head off the snake sort of mindset, if I'm not aware of that, I might build in necessary plot points in places where they won't focus on them. And in places where like maybe my storytelling instincts are different than theirs. We can see by evidence of this conversation, if I was DMing and I hadn't done any sort of introspection on this, that I would certainly have maybe different instincts than would possibly work for Vox. So yeah. Who is far more dangerous foe than HOTUS? Yeah. So anyways, let's get watching with 10 minutes until the second break. Oh my God. 2 hours. Let's go.
And welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons. Indeed, tonight we are sadly down one Sam Riegel, because apparently he has priorities.
No.
Where is he?
I actually don't know.
Watching his kids.
Is it really? Is that where he's at?
I don't know where
I don't know where he is.
That's weird. Well,
Man, I feel like he told us. None of us remember where he is.
What is his mother's name? What is his mother's name? It's Lenore. I know it. It's Scanlan.
You don't care about mom.
What am I doing Thursday night?
It's not that we don't remember, we just don't care.
Yeah.
well, Sam, wherever you are, you're not watching, so you'll never hear this anyway. But we love you.
It's hilarious because it's true.
But yeah, before we
That's very funny. Oh my God. I think a promo for another celebrity D&D one-shot. Bro, I gotta get started. I'm sorry, I'm skipping the one-shot announcement. I'll go back and watch it off stream to know who it is. I think it's related. I think John already sent me kind of the next couple of Critical Role things that happen chronologically, so I think I already know. But Let's do it. Let's get into it. Jeez. I was thinking that we would go for the alternative endpoint, but shit, we might stop at the normal endpoint for only an hour-long first half. Oh no.
Nice one, Laura.
A rare Laura.
Well
Toss
done.
it over here.
So, bringing us into tonight's episode. Last we left off, Vox Machina, after completing their assault and destruction of the Chroma Conclave, they are tying up loose ends at various adventure hooks and dangers they left out in the open from earlier or during that whole adventure. After taking Keyleth to Vesra to take her final trial of the Aramente, her long, many-year journey to prove her ability to lead her people, the Arashari, you returned to Zephyra, met her father, expressed that the trial was complete, and the ceremony took place in which Keyleth was given the mantle and officially titled as the Voice of the Tempest, the now standing leader of the Arashari. Which, by the way, I'm supposed to give you this.
What? Oh, is that the thing?
That's the thing.
No.
That's you win another thing?
I think this is my leadership thing. Yeah?
No, well, you have your
That's
leadership
your
feat.
mantle.
That's your mantle.
Mantle thing.
Oh, you gotta not get another thing?
It's nothing crazy, but it's fun.
Wait, is it a cloak? Don't you already have a cloak on?
It's a
I
mountain,
The
don't.
mantle, it only goes to here.
I gave that cloak to Care,
Roth
who
has jacked that cloak.
wore it away.
Roth jacked that cloak.
It's a mountain card.
I'd like to think there's a piece of paper like pinned to his wall right now where he just
He just has the stats up there as a
Yeah.
reminder, is it framed? Please do that if you haven't already, Paps. Please. So, after the ceremony is completed...
What?
Sorry, we're good. Carry on.
Perfect timing.
Rehearsal paid off.
Go ahead.
Don't
After
tease
the
him.
crowning, the ceremony coming to a close, the evening celebration kicks off, and as the setting sun begins to darken the sky, the people of Zephyra are now bringing out foods and treats and cakes, and they're putting up ribbons of blue and white and gold in some of the nearby trees and doorways. And the folks of the Arashari tribe now are in the process of enjoying both the return of their people and the fact that there's now a clear head of leadership. And you guys are now surrounded, kind of in the, basking in the afterglow of the event, as well as deciding with slow rising tension what you have as the next step in your journey. So, what would you guys like to do?
Charge headlong into danger with no lessons having been learned from previous episodes.
Like it's day one. Day
Yeah.
one, Vox Machina. Let's do
Naked
this.
and running in full steam.
Right now.
Yeah. No vestiges, no nothing.
That would be the best end of that ceremony.
Yeah.
Peace.
Just it's our save game plus.
Wait, can I go talk to Keyleth actually?
Yes.
I did want to ask you.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to leave? How does this work exactly?
I mean, I'm the chief. I can do whatever I want, right? I don't know actually.
Should we talk to your
I
dad?
should maybe talk to Dad.
All right.
Yeah. I go talk to Dad.
Okay.
It's a good thing.
And as you and wherever you walk now, because you have the mantle upon you and you have the kind of cascading autumn-colored leaf cloak that flows behind you, it still seems very ceremonial in this kind of jovial, party-based atmosphere. And as you kind of move, you still can't help but notice that all eyes are on you at any given point in time. People seem to be genuinely excited that you've returned and that you've taken this position. Eventually, you make your way off where you can see there are a handful of kind of the older, the more elder members of the Zephyr tribe. They're around Corin currently. Who notices you approach? He kind of shushes them off for a moment and turns to you. Keyleth, my daughter, how can I help you?
Corin, I was wondering if I could have a word with you for a minute.
Of course. You do realize that you can still call me father. I mean, I know you're the leader, but...
Can I? Is that like allowed? I don't really know.
He puts his hand up and puts his arm around your shoulder and kind of guides you off away from the chaos of the celebration. You hear the the whistling of music and flutes and thin tanner drums going off in the distance. And as it kind of fades, the further off you guys walk in the direction of the tree where the ceremony took place. Oh, sorry.
You should fire that guy.
I will.
Shitty servants.
It's very windy up here. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
sorry, that's true.
As you walk further away towards the tree, he kind of takes his arm off around your shoulder and says, "Now, I understand you have many questions, and we've prepared you as much as we could leading up to this journey you've gone on, but now that you're here,
I guess.
primarily, the people of Zephyr look to you for guidance when choices are hard, difficult. You
Okay.
are the acting head of law, like I've been all this time. If there is conflict, if there is difficulty, if there is a challenge that presents itself that requires the wisdom of a leader to step in,
Right.
that's when you're called upon.
So, I'm confused. Was the Aramente my training to be a leader? Is there like a... Because if you apparently prepared me as best as you could before I left, I don't know how well you all did. So I'm just wondering if I need to expect that again. Is this just me figuring this out again, or do I have guidance?
The nature of the Aramente is fluid. I have not taken it, as I am not the leader. It is tradition, and it is both, as far as I understand, a series of challenges and lessons tailored to whatever a person seems to be seeking, or what you can draw from that, but also to interface with the other tribes and establish that connection between all the leaderships.
Yeah. Did that. You're right, you haven't taken it. That's been about 5% of my journey. All of the lessons that I've learned have been in the in-between.
That is part of the Aramente itself.
I know. I guess I don't know. Just trying to figure out how to navigate this. Like the leader I'm expected to be. Dad, you didn't tell me a lot about the world. And sometimes I think I get angry at you for that.
You're not wrong to have these thoughts.
Why didn't you tell me that the world could be so cruel and mean? Why did you never tell me that?
We tried. But you can only tell someone
Ads
so much.
incoming. Take cover.
I don't know if you guys heard the audio cue just now. I didn't change anything that might have procced an audio cue. Why did it happen? Who knows? Speaking of technical solutions that I'm working on behind the scene. Also, I'm not even saying that I'm feeling a huge slowdown. I just prefer taking sort of logistical conversations off screen. But I understand that they broadly like doing those things on screen. So like talking about like level ups and I don't know what's happening right now. Ooh, what's up? Hello, we're back. Why was everything broken? Who knows? I love audio. I love audio. I love technology. It's my favorite thing ever. But I did want to also note, I like the stated responsibilities for the voice of the Tempest, because that is not only a way to, and I mean, I'm even thinking about it for like a lower level party, because at this point they're like, they're near continental universal heroes. They're kind of beyond leading a small tribe at this point. But let's say, just for the sake of argument, that, she had finished her Aramente when they were like level 6, 7. That feels decent for the leader of a tribe to me. And giving her these responsibilities is good, I think, because it's not only something that can theoretically be done remote, but it's also a possible route towards introducing quest hooks. It's something that can easily be done off screen and still have an amount of impact on screen. Or it's something that can just be occasionally handled on screen if the entire party is cool with it and finds it interesting. It's very flexible, but it still feels like a legit leader in a way that I think is important if you do give a player/character this sort of leadership role within the fiction. I think it is important that they feel like a legitimate leader and not just like a figurehead. And I like this solution in terms of the responsibilities for it. I like that a lot. So anyways.
Do you not think we spent days warning you of the dangers and difficulty? We didn't thrust you out in the world with a smile going, have fun. We told you it was challenging. We warned you of the people you might interface with that you couldn't trust. And for the first legs of it, we had a few scouts keeping an eye.
What?
Thank you for the $2, Albert. I appreciate it.
Okay.
But
It just kind of sounds like it was advice coming from people who didn't really fully know.
to be fair, when every parent has a child come of age, you can only coddle them so far. Every bird has to be kicked out of the nest for it to learn to fly. Not because we want to, but because that's how things are.
I know, and I thank you for that. I guess I'm just wondering what's next. Now what?
Now, as the leader of these people, you go and learn how best we can establish ourselves in this countryside. Where once we... Grisar, Taldore, as the humans call it. All of our civilizations are merging. Isolation that we've relied upon is becoming less and less viable.
I agree.
And so, part of, I think, what you have already begun is finding a way to bring not just...
There we go. I agree, John. I also thought it sounded low, and I think it was pure coincidence, because did it just like sing back up? I think it was Critical Role. Very strange. Because, yeah, all of my audio sources are maxed out. So this is as loud as it gets. I've noticed that a few times lately with CRs. They seem to they seem to like occasionally go a little quiet. I don't know.
Just the Ashari, but Sephra as well. Necessary friendships and allies.
Our people need to be connected to the rest of the world that we've sworn to protect. I understand the need for our isolation, but I often wonder if we had a few close allies on alert. if the Thordak incident might have gone a little bit differently.
I agree.
I still need time with Vox Machina. We still have things we need to complete. And then I promise I will return.
All right, come back. Do what you need to. You're not bound to this mountain. Just know that your heart is here. And we'll call for you if we need you. And when you're not needed beyond it, this is your home.
Thanks, Dad.
I'm proud of you. And his kind of professional exterior falls away and he just steps forward and kind of gives you a big, warm, fatherly embrace and just holds you there.
Okay, Dad. Okay. Okay.
So, he rights his posture, shoulders back.
I do the same. Adjust my mantle a little bit.
Yeah.
Another question. Do I have to wear this like all the time? It's a little unwieldy. It feels a little frou-frou-y.
It's...
kind of ceremonial.
It is.
It's a little... I feel like I'm gonna trip on it.
You don't... you know, it's more just... Do what you like. It's
Okay.
yours.
Just going upstairs in it, like in the heel, it's a little unwieldy. It's beautiful. I'm gonna go get a drink.
You probably should.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Lips, what are they talking about?
They were talking all about you, actually.
I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Why would they be
This whole
talking
conversation
about
about you.
You are full of shit.
No, she was saying how much she admired you, and he was saying, I don't think I feel it as much. And she was like, no, really, Dad, you just needed a chance to really talk to him. And he was like, no, to believe me, I did talk to him, and I don't feel that way.
Yeah.
And then she was like, never mind.
I'm so glad I confide in you. I have you to lean on. You are the rock in my life. What would I
They
do
actually
without
said
you?
that as well. They were talking about how amazing I am.
While she was talking to walk away. Quietly as possible. Liable.
I'm so happy.
So good.
The deception.
So as the ceremony dies down, the evening comes to rest. The night sky takes over, and you can still hear the gentle whistling of the winds through the various cracks and crevices in the mountainside. You're brought to your respective temporary abodes for the evening to rest and to plan and plot what you wish to do going forward. So, what do you want to do?
Well, figuratively or literally go to hell, I imagine.
Yeah, are we doing this? It's like tomorrow morning, we're like heading out to hell.
Yeah, I mean, what are we gonna...
First things first.
Every time.
First things first, my brother.
Right.
Squad leader.
Yes, please.
How do we get there?
Oh, she's got plane shift, right?
Very easily, actually. That's the easy
We
part.
don't take like a ship.
No, sadly we can't.
No, but we don't know exactly where we're gonna land, right?
Correct.
Well, we know the city that we want to go
I can
to.
get us somewhere within the city of Dis. I don't know if
This
I mean,
city.
built this city.
Man. This is going to go
It's too
great.
easy.
I mean, when we went to the city of Brass, we did not shift into the city of Brass. We dumped quite a ways away.
We was, yeah, but on the outskirts.
Yeah, so
Right.
we have no control over that. So
We could pop into it, we could pop out of it.
yeah, so whatever plan we come up with, one branch of the future is complete bullshit improvisation. For if we fall into the shit.
Right.
So there's no planning for that. So if we don't fall into the shit and we land somewhere relatively safe, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna play this?
Well,
Hell.
it is complicated. And as hells go, there could be worse hells. I've been reading,
Shocking.
and thank you. I've been looking into this, and it seems that where we're going has a very, very structured hierarchy. It's very ordered, the society makes sense, and wherever we find this creature that we have to slay, there will probably already be forces working against him that would be happy to ally with us to help that happen. They're vicious, psychopathic creatures that are only function because they maintain these rules with each other about
very
how they're
ordered.
supposed to act. They would be delighted for outsiders. I think it would be possible to find people who would be delighted for outsiders to come in and do their dirty work for them.
However, Scale Bearer,
Lord.
big high guy, Scale Bearer, really important guy,
Yeah.
said not to make a scene. He said if we make a scene, that will go poorly.
Yes.
Says him.
There's no
Fucking
point
titties.
for sextuplets. We can't do that. That's not gonna work.
That's
They
not
can
gonna
see
work.
through that.
They can see through things. It's going to be complicated as well because we have value as well.
Oh, I got it. We kidnap the president of hell and we assume his visage.
What's the president?
His name is Asmodeus. And no, we are not kidnapping Asmodeus of hell.
Man, it is interesting from the player's perspective on this. The last time that they went to, obviously not the Hells, but the probably the closest you're gonna get that they've been to with the City of Brass, they kind of went in there with no plan because they kind of needed to for exterior circumstances of like having Ashley there and needing to do that shit quick. But now they have a little bit more time and flexibility and actually a little bit of a reason to slow down slightly given that Sam isn't here. And when they went to the City of Brass, their kind of lack of knowledge and lack of plan did hinder them, and Scanlan's quick thinking was the main thing that saved them from a bigger issue. So I'm wondering what you do, especially now that they have plane shift. Because before the a caster has access to something like plane shift, you can be a lot more controlled about it as a GM. You can give them a modified gate scroll that only goes to one location. They can find a sort of soft magic ritual that requires these 3 ingredients and will dump them out at a very specific location. And so not only can you as a DM plan for where they're going to pop out, which I guess Matt can do no matter what, but you can communicate that to the players as well. You can just communicate so much more to the players if they have to go and do other stuff to get to the Hells. Once they have plane shift, unless you create some sort of external rule that like plane shift dumps you out in a predictable location, depending on where you're targeting, there's not a good way to prepare them for where they're going to come out. So Matt did give them lore on Dis in general, which is good, and they could always do more research onto Dis. They're probably not gonna, though. So now it becomes, how do you make sure that things go wrong in a good way once they get to Hell, and not in a totally uncontrolled way? To Percy's point, or Percy / Taliesin, I suppose, it is very ordered, so it'll have rules, and it's not like Feywild where the rules are like totally inscrutable. They are able to be scruted. They are probably able to be found and understood. So I suppose the only thing to possibly drive them towards, if they ask an NPC or if they give you as a GM the opportunity to give them more information, is I'm thinking something funny, like a guide written by like Volo or something that's like rules for surviving the Hells. And it's filled with like a bunch of bogus information about how you're supposed to act in Dis, but it has a few pieces of correct information in gold alongside all the bullshit information. That could be something where there's kind of a controlled chaos to it, where they're trying to parse out, like, you give them all the rules, or you give them the rules, but you give them a bunch of extra bullshit rules on top of it. And so now they can kind of play a game of trying to figure out which rules are the right ones and which ones are just the silly ones. And that gives them a lot of material to work with in terms of things going funny and things going wrong, but also a bit of stability in how to act that helps them kind of construct a plan. Because right now, I think they know that there are rules and that it is structured, but they don't know enough about Dis to really make a plan at this point. But I also don't know, again, it's so tough. Because if they had to do something extra to get to the Hells or to get to Dis, you could embed that additional information within whatever they have to do. Or, the book that teaches them about what they have to do, or the NPC that teaches them about what they have to do, whatever. You could embed that information there. But the fact that they can just get there with plane shift, it makes it tougher. I think you have to establish an environment where people want, because they're so powerful, I think you have to kind of shift your mindset. They're so powerful, people might not just want to kill them off the bat like they might have back when the party was level fucking 5 or 9, right? They might just have wanted to kill them off the bat. I think you need to establish pretty quickly that there are people that would want to use them. Kind of like Matt did in the City of Brass with the Fire Ganassi and the other guy. I don't remember the other guy's name. Or the other guy's race either. But I even felt like they felt a little bit odd because they were just trading a favor. I think in the moment, it made sense for them to just trade a favor because they needed to get through the City of Brass really quickly. But that could be a thing where they meet and I mean, Talison's on that wavelength where he's talking about how Hodis might have, people that are working against him that they could find. It does seem that Talison's on that specific wavelength. So I think if I'm Matt and I'm hearing that and thinking through this right now, I'm leaning into that. If I already hear one of the players talking about it and considering it, I'm leaning into the sort of hellish alliance, the devil deal, to not be too blunt. But you do have to make it feel like there's a cost. And especially right now, they're unbounded. If anything, they kind of want to take a little bit longer than normal because they want, Sam and Terry to be back. I mean, I'm sure that Terry will go with them, but they want Sam to be back. So if anything, delaying and going a little bit slower is maybe the better way to go with it. So then the question is, how do you onload them into that NPC relationship? I think it depends on how you have this world built out. But I think that's the problem that I'm looking at solving as a GM in this situation, is how do I onboard them to an NPC, maybe not ally, but alliance, with like one of the devils in the hells, or maybe something else in the hells, maybe not a devil. And then we can kind of parlay that into a further plan from there.
What?
I think he's probably kind of powerful.
He's really heavy.
Have you
Might be
seen
hard to
him?
lift him up.
I've seen sketches.
You have?
There's well, I mean, I don't know how correct these are, but I'm
Morning has come.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Man.
we talked
These
all
are
night,
power
and we
surge.
squared it away, and we're going to hell.
Got that homemade
You talked all
alcohol.
through the night. No rest was had.
Oh,
Very bright.
we're going to be offered things. There's going to be deals made. There's going to be
So we're talking negotiation or bullshitting our way. One of the other.
it's going to be negotiating probably with someone who will give us cover if we do some.
I mean, is it similar to the City of Brass? It sounds so similar.
They have a lot in common, yes. It's even more structured, though. There's quite a complex. I alone have identified 13 different case systems within their function. It's really there's imps, spine devils, barbed devils, chain devils, bone devils. There's all these different kinds of devil, and each devil has to answer to a different devil. They answer specifically to the devils that have fealty over them, who in turn are in constant war with the devils who in fealty to other devils, and archdevils and greater devils, who in turn all owe their fealty to Asmodeus.
But we are not devils.
We are not
therefore
devils.
Weak and liable to be taken as slaves.
We are not even slaves. We are consumables. We are.
Then how do we
I don't
ensure
know.
that we are not?
I feel like we've gotten a bit of a reputation for ourselves. I'm sure that word has spread. We're not,
You would know this,
Yes.
Percy, through your research. It's not terribly uncommon for mortals to wander through the city of Dis specifically because it is where goods, gold, and largely souls are traded to and from various structures or entities within the hells and beyond. And to just consume or eat someone means nothing. The true worth of a soul is in corrupting it. And they do so through enticing, through corrupting their morals, through driving mortals through bargains and pacts to end up twisting into entities of order and evil as well, and then claim the soul of that. And contracts are a big thing. Contracts are
turning that into a lemur. Yes.
yeah, into a lemur or other forms of soul-based energy.
Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, giving them a little bit of comfort. Because I think you have to here as a DM. And I think Matt jumped on a good opportunity on that of Keyleth kind of asking Percy about it. Percy's already implied to have been doing all this research. of giving them a little bit of, like I said, comfort. Because when they went to the City of Brass, they were pretty immediately targeted to be taken as slaves. Like, almost instantly. It was like, hey, you're our slaves now. And given how similar they are, as, they just pointed out, that's a very legitimate fear to have. I think that Matt jumping on that and saying like, hey, no, they will want to corrupt you. They're going to want to make a deal, a contract. And so now, sort of like the rules discussion that I was just talking about, like Volo's Guide to the Hells or whatever, now it turns into a deal evaluation game for them. So now they can feel comfortable saying, okay, we're going to go to Dis. We're not immediately going to die. We could always plane shift out if we don't want to be there anymore. And it will be evaluating the deals that are presented to us. And now, I mean, if I don't already have several deals in the works, that's immediately where my brain is going right now. Is, okay, I need to think of like a few options for deals, maybe like a publicly accessible deal that they can just see. But that's going to be pretty bad. And like the fact that it's publicly available, it's like on a fucking bulletin board, like a job listing. The fact that it's publicly available is going to imply to all the players that it is a bad deal. And it could even say something along those lines, are you desperate? Come and take this deal. And then they can use that as sort of a baseline to evaluate all of the other individualized personal deals that I'm going to have the individual devils offer to them. Okay, I'm starting to see the line here and how you kind of manage this. Okay.
But contracts are a very, very important part of the whole economy.
The person that we made a contract with was a devil.
And, I mean, beyond that, it almost doesn't even bear saying because it does seem to be really top of mind for Matt, but really explicitly working it into the fiction of the world. The value of one soul is not worth anything, especially if it's not corrupted. So there's not only this implication of like, okay, well, one soul isn't worth all that much, but like there's still a little bit underneath there of like, well, it's still worth something. But then he puts the extra layer on top of it of, oh yeah, and especially if it's not corrupted. It's like, okay, they're not corrupted, so their soul is like bottom of the barrel valuable. There's a very strong fictional rationale for why they are going to be safe just walking into the city. And they don't need to spend too much analysis time on how are we gonna walk into the city, which they already kind of started to do. You're like Vax, Liam, say like, okay, there's a branch of this where we pop in and everything goes to shit immediately. What are we planning otherwise? Matt's sort of laying that concern to rest of like, okay, well, it's probably not going to go to shit immediately. So you don't really need to worry about that too much. Desperate and nothing to offer? No worries. Everyone can get a deal here. Exactly, Pharaoh. Exactly. Like, oh, did your slave driver bring you here, but then he got killed as part of a deal and now you have nowhere to go? Come on in. Yeah, that sort of feel. And then they can use that as a baseline for everything else that they get offered. Yeah. If the hell creatures want to corrupt people, I wouldn't have, as a player, I wouldn't have known if they wanted to corrupt people. And that's why I think it's a good time that Matt is jumping in here saying, hey, they want to corrupt you. They want to do a deal. They want to do a contract. So I think he's chosen a good time to step in. Yeah. You'd also implement the hierarchy with the quality, accessibility of the deals. Like lesser devils have to scrape the barrel for the desperate sinners, while the powerful devils get the high class. Absolutely. Yeah. So those are the things that are sort of spinning through my mind, and probably should have been spinning through my mind before the session, if I'm Matt, to be honest. But especially now that you kind of hear the paths that the players are walking down, starting to think about that and all of the different types of deals, all of the different devils that they might be able to do a deal with. Yeah. I meant in terms of jokingly saying Percy and Vex are screwed then. Oh, I I see. Yeah. I mean, hey, that's fair. It has to be a special type of corruption. But that's true. Not corrupt looks at Percy, who was possessed by Smokey. Well, maybe it's like a special type of corruption. It has to be like a hell's attuned corruption. And I would honestly assume, I have no data or reason to think this other than vibes, but Smokey gives me abyss and or other energy. He gives me non-Hell's energy, much more chaotic and or neutral. Like, I guess he did like a deal of sorts, but he doesn't give me devil energy. So I don't think, so that's, you know, an in-fiction rationale to protect both of our pre-corrupted party members. It has to be Hell's corruption specifically.
That ended up being the one that killed Pike, right? That was a devil? It was a devil disguised as a demon?
No, that was a demon disguised as a devil.
Yeah, that was super
Okay.
confusing. That was the one that we wished our way out of the contract.
Correct,
Right.
yes.
Yeah, we
I
don't
was
really
very
have
proud
that
of that.
anymore.
No, we don't have a wish. Okay, so
we
we
want
make
to-
no deals. when
No
we go.
deals, no contracts.
No deals, no contracts, no shaking of hands, no signing of anything.
No accepting of gifts.
I feel like I'm gonna forget this.
You
Don't,
are.
Oh, no.
Just don't touch anything.
Don't touch anything.
Might have to make you special gloves that don't have any fingers.
I've got special gloves.
Even specialer gloves.
Like a
But we can
muff.
wear over those gloves.
Like a what?
Like a hand muff.
Like oven.
Terry
Don't
does,
make me a special hand off.
Terry does pipe in. He's like,
put little ears on his
oh, but I have
fingers,
such
just like-
fine handwriting. If we need to sign anything, just let me know. I'm
No,
happy
Terry,
to.
no signing
I've signed a lot of
anything.
contracts in my time. My
Yeah.
father
No
used to do
signing
contracts.
of
Got
contracts.
great penmanship.
Although I'm
Sign.
sure you're good at reading contracts as well.
This is true.
Yes. You can read them, but don't sign them. How about that?
How about if I read them and I like it?
No, no signing.
Agree
Unless
to
you want to
disagree.
stay in hell, and we come
Your
back
current
here.
contract with us actually stipulates that you can't have another contract enacted until you confer with all of us.
Exclusivity.
Yes.
He goes to his bag and pulls out the contract. I stand corrected.
Very thorough.
I
Jody,
didn't
write this
remember
down.
you signed a contract.
Be more careful about exclusivity in future contracts.
I don't think you were there. This might have been just him and me getting drunk at one point.
Is there any worth to like only like a few people or one or two going in to like get a lay of the land once we get there, instead of just moving in our truffle shuffle normal formation?
I feel like that could be very dangerous for one person to go in alone.
Yes, I agree.
I'll do it.
Grog,
No.
no.
Very stealthy.
No,
Buddy
last time
boy.
you were alone-ish,
Big
you almost
man.
killed 2 guards
I will
What
say,
is the problem with that?
in
She's got a good
Basilite.
point.
We got away with it, right? Did we get
we
caught? Did we
literally-
get caught, Terry?
No, we did. Did we get caught?
No.
I don't know. I still
No,
have.
we didn't.
I only remember half of what happened.
Terry is very excited about my plan. It's affecting his memory of what
Right,
happened.
I
right.
think I blocked it out. But what I remember was interesting.
I'm
We could always
curious.
look in Doty's diary and find out exactly what
Yeah,
happened.
peruse the last 90 pages for the last hour.
Takes the book and starts thumbing through it real fast. You look at Doty, who still has like chunks and clusters of bits of red
Oh,
hair
God.
from the
Yeah.
somewhat removed goatee.
Fu Manchu.
Yeah.
So, Percy,
The secret goatee.
we know a lot
Yes,
of things and
worst decision
people
ever.
move through the 9 hells. What's it say about Rakshasas in there? Where do they fall in the cast?
it doesn't actually say where Rakshasas we fall in the
Where are
constellation.
they?
There wasn't a terrible lot of information.
No.
Not all the devils are in the same system. There is a promotion demotion system in which devils advance and are demoted based on their elements there. But there are other fiends that exist in that space that aren't part of that system. Rakshasas are a little bit outside of that system. Succubi, incubi, they're a little bit outside of that system. There are other fiendish creatures that actually traverse between both the abyss and the hells based on what their interests are. So like that's predominantly the structure of the devils that are
In this.
that are built within the hells as their primary domain.
And there we have the rationale for, okay, you don't need to worry about the pit fiend coming back to mess with you, because he's within the demotion promotion system. He got demoted, he's dealt with. Why doesn't that apply to Hodis? Well, he's outside of the system. It doesn't apply to him, so you still have to worry about him. I mean, fair enough. With what I'm only bringing it up because I did address that in specific at the start of stream as a reason that Hodis has been implied to be, a pretty minor threat, is because, he might have gotten demoted. Matt's addressing that of like, no, he's maintaining his power. He's outside of that system. Yeah.
Percy, help me understand, since you've read so much about this.
Yes.
So,
Whole page.
good on you. So, if the Raven Queen escorts souls, if you're an absolute terrible shit of a person, and the Raven Queen escorts you over to the other side, we're going to be wandering amongst the souls of the damned? People go to where we're going.
If they're under contract, this is where they go.
And many who sometimes aren't under contract go there as well.
Oh, really?
And you would know this, actually. The Raven Queen, as part of the laws of the cosmos to hold the various planes together, the Raven Queen does indeed escort, good souls to the positive planes, the upper planes, and not so good souls to
Actually,
the
I know
lower
that
ones.
from reading a lot about the Raven Queen. I can answer that for you.
If you don't use a turn signal, if you have a vanity plate, you go down.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know they get escorted to
See,
the
we're
other
not
side. It
sure
just seems like an odd idea to be walking in a city full of the thrown away.
The thrown away Vax, damn. Fucking tell him, bro. Okay, let's just copy that really quick. I think we certainly could have implied this, and I think we talked a little bit about this possibility, that the Raven Queen decides where they go, but it kind of seems like she says that she escorts good souls to the positive plane and not so good souls to the lower ones. So it seems like every soul has like a place that they go. She's not making like a determination. She's just making sure that they go to the plane they're supposed to go to, which is kind of interesting. Yeah. What are the souls' mothers' names? Oh, man. Where do the souls go of the people Percy kills? It seems like into Orthax's fucking belly. Because, Smokey was eating Percy inside of Animus. Is like the flavor description, at least, that we got. So it seems to me like the souls that Smokey gets from Animus or from the list, I don't think they go anywhere. Probably similar with Craven Edge, if I had to guess. You know what, which is interesting now that I think about it? Craven Edge was specifically an item that seemed to use the souls of people as fuel. In the version of like bad necromantic magic, things that the Raven Queen doesn't like, etc., etc., it seems like Craven Edge is maybe the most explicit example of like directly using, it seems, soul energy in order to achieve some sort of material plane enhanced effect. It made Grog temporarily stronger. Which is kind of like, a little bit obvious, but I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it in that explicit of terms. Huh. Anyways. More Charon, less insert Greek god of the underworld Hades. Yeah. More psychopomp than death god, so to speak. Yeah.
I'm talking to the air.
No one's listening.
sorry,
We're
keep going,
absolutely
keep
listening.
going.
It was the best thing you've never heard.
It'll change the game forever.
I miss Scanlan Shorthalt so badly.
Does he listen to you so much more?
Nah, he's just my buddy.
Well, speaking of just our buddy,
As we move on.
Pike is another concern. I would feel far more comfortable making sure that she is definitely on board for this.
Really?
Well, that's difficult.
I know.
Phone a friend? What do we do?
I don't know. I've been thinking about that. The best way to
Hotus, how long's it been, DM?
Since
Since Pike wasted his sorry ass.
It's been
Obviously, you might be seeing my reaction to them wanting to bring NPC Pike on board. Man, they just rely on NPCs for everything, man. And like, look, I don't even think that is something that should be totally off the table. Is to have a game focused around NPCs that deliver optionality and power and all of this sort of stuff. But it is off the rails in this campaign, dude. I'm going to talk about it in one of the retrospectives, because the alternative to having powerful NPCs would be something like having powerful factions, which they have in the Ashari and the Hand of Ord and the Clasp and Singorn, kind of, and the Slayer's Take and the entire city of Vasselheim, and they have very powerful organizations at their disposal. The other alternative would be magic items, which not only do they have a fuckload of, just naturally, and that's partially because of Pathfinder weirdness, I'm aware, but they have a fuckload of magic items already, and they got even more magic items during the Chroma Conclave arc. Like, getting a magic item that does radiant damage or is especially good against fiends. I mean, just to be very clear and straightforward about it, there's a magic item called the Dragon Slaying Sword. And Vex had Zara craft dragon slaying arrows. Like, this sort of like bring a specific tool for a specific problem. It can be NPCs, it can be organizations, it can be magic items. Vox Machina has all three. And you know the other thing that it can be having more PCs in the party. Because the more PCs you have, the more specialties you have access to. You have access to crazy traversal magic with a druid, as well as incredibly consistent stealth with a ranger, incredibly consistent strength for strength checks. You had a bard for charisma. Like, that's another way to have like the right tool for the job, is to have more PCs. Vox Machina has every tool imaginable under the sun. And fuck, I don't blame them for using them. They have access to. It would be, as Rainbow Dragon mentioned, it would be fictional insanity for them to not use every tool at their disposal. But it is... I really think, I mean, it is, it is just very, overwhelming's not the right word, because I don't think they're overwhelmed by it. I think it's like too much choice, too many options. They always have the right tool for the job, but some of those tools directly conflict with each other. Like, having more magic items means you have more things written on your sheet. It makes your turns go slower. Like, the more shit you have, which is like kind of a problem with high-level D&D in general, is like the more shit you have, the longer each of your turns take, because you have to debate and decide what you're going to do on each turn. And that gets harder as you get more options. But then they also have NPCs that are joining them and slowing down the combat, because Matt has to run NPCs or give it to the players to run. It's an extra entity during the combat that you can't abstract away, or at least they choose not to abstract away. Then you also have the added complication of Pike being kind of part NPC, part player. You know, that aspect of Pike is it's an additional layer of complication here, because a cleric is like maybe one of the most like right tool for the job sort of classes. I mean, they have like a 5th level feature with Turn Undead that, I don't want to say it trivializes undead combat, but like it's incredibly strong against undead. But I've always found that compelling about clerics. I like that they are very much embody that specialist type of role. But I don't know, man. It's hard. It's very, very hard. And you know, I know that we joke that it's a joke, and sometimes not a joke amongst the CR community about, you know, the show being scripted. Put it out there at the beginning of this. I don't think it is. just feel like I have to make my position known. I don't think it's scripted. But I think if they just want the NPC pike there, I get it from an in-fiction perspective. But it's just this consistent layer of slowdown and friction. And, just like adding more and more and more that they have to work through and consider and fictionally rationalize. Why is she there sometimes? Why is she there? Why is she not there other times? Or if because I know that Ashley is going to be back soon within like the next couple of weeks, and she'll be like playing for a little bit at the table. If you're trying to justify how she can come back in, it feels like that decision and discussion needs to be had off table of like, hey, this is about when Ashley's going to be back, in like 2 to 3 sessions. Let's start laying the groundwork now for like how she can come back in. Or let's just have a conversation about it off table and like talk through how we're going to justify it in the fiction. Because if it's just them doing it to get Ashley back at the table, I feel like that's a logistical discussion. And I know that they really like justifying all those sorts of logistics in the fiction. I totally get that. But figuring that out ahead of time and not having to like kind of tepidly step through it on the table, I think is going to at the very least result in a smoother session, Everyone at the table said to me, Taliesin, no, Ashley is busy with blind spot. Come on, man. Well, you can kind of hear the tension in there. Like, I don't know if Taliesin is just like, well, we want a cleric, because that's a fair thing to want. But I do think that limiting their options of like the tools and things that they can bring in, because every additional tool that you give them is going to slow things down more. It's going to place more requirements and more restraints on play. And they just have so many tools and so many options that it's, I don't know, it's tough. It's tough. When Matt gives them Allura, Kima, Gilmore, and Pike, it's hard not to use them. Oh, I don't blame them. And I think you can hear the hesitance, because I don't blame them at all for wanting to use all these tools. I think it is absolutely a lesson in, or not a lesson, but a analysis of how much or how many tools, especially specialized tools, to give your players. And how much that can expand over time if you're not careful about it. And removing tools is always complicated and hurts. I've gotten rid of magic items in campaigns before. Matt, there was the whole incident with the flying carpet. It's tough to do in a satisfying way. I think I have maybe gotten rid of a magic item in a satisfying way once when my goal was to get rid of it. It wasn't just like a consequence from something else. Like when my goal was like, oh, they have too many magic items, I need to get rid of something. When that was my goal, I think I probably failed at doing it consistently 4 or 5 times and done it convincingly and satisfyingly once. And the lesson that I took away from that series of experiences is I just need to be really careful about how much I give them. Because it's way easier to give them less than to take it away once it kind of expands beyond the bounds. I've also started leaning into more like limited use stuff. So favors are something that I've really started leaning into recently, where someone's not going to become your permanent ally, but maybe they'll do one favor for you, and then they're kind of done. Same thing with magic items. You can have consumable potions, scrolls, those sorts of things. But yeah, man. That's why you let them know who are on deck and plan ahead. Problem solve. Stop trying to make lame content ripping on others. Asmongold ass. Me? Damn. Asmongold ass. I don't watch Asmongold. I don't know what his kind of tone is. Doesn't sound positive from that one. Look, man, I compliment Matt all the time. Go back about 20 or 30 minutes, I'm complimenting Matt extensively for the Ashari scene that we watched last episode. I'm not going to hold back critique or things that I think are negative. By the way, I don't even blame Matt for getting into this situation. As I just elucidated, I've gotten myself into this situation many times. This stream is about discussing how to identify the situation you're in, what are the repercussions, and how do you get out of it, or how do you manage it. And the first part of that is identification. Sorry. I don't know. If you're still here, feel free to respond. That gives me the sort of energy to think that you probably put that in chat and left. So you're probably not still here. But if you are, I'd love to talk through it more. I've always felt VM is a very high fantasy, power fantasy campaign. I mean, I think in general, D&D is a power fantasy sort of game. I think it's a very much in that genre of TTRPGs, of power fantasies. And high fantasy, I think, isn't necessarily the only thing that D&D can do. But I do think that at least medium fantasy is implied by the rules of D&D. It's hard to do low fantasy in D&D just by the nature of the way that the power scales and the implications of the way that XP is gained, the amount of magic items you're supposed to have, even just like the wizard class existing. You can obviously do wizards in low fantasy, don't get me wrong. But there's just a lot of implications within D&D. I think of at least medium to high fantasy. Now, I think that Vox Machina takes a lot of those implications. And when we talk about like these specific tools that the players gain access to, especially if they're permanent tools, those things can really heighten that feel, I think, of high fantasy. I think if your world is otherwise medium fantasy, but then you have all of these aspects that Vox has, even if you don't have maybe what you would call like the straight up hallmarkers of high fantasy, I think the plethora of magic items, even though they're ancient, the plethora of powered individuals, and like the fact that 6 rando high powered individuals, like party size, I think even goes towards implying high fantasy here. And putting all those together really implies it. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But I think you can also have high fantasy without the players necessarily leaning in, or not leaning in, but gaining access to exterior power. Because all of these things that we're talking about, tools, that the players gain access to, really specific tools for the job, like Pike or magic items or organizational allies, NPC allies. These are all extensions of power outside of the characters that the characters have access to, that they can wield, separately from the power that they just naturally get from their class. And so even in a high fantasy setting, that power can exist without the players necessarily having access to it. Just because it's high fantasy doesn't mean that the players get access to powerful magic items. Even in a high fantasy setting, they might be too expensive for the sorts of jobs that the characters are getting paid for. Factions might not want to align with a wandering band of ragamuffins. Or they even a setting like Eberron, which is very high fantasy, has all of these conflicting alliances, where if you align with like one organization, that's kind of it. And even one ally, you know, Allura and Gilmore could easily be members of like rival magical factions. And they both get to Whitestone. They say, "Oh my God, you're working with her? You're working with him? No way. You get to keep one of us." So I think there's absolutely still ways to limit the exterior power of the party and of the players, or of the characters, in a high fantasy setting. But I do think that all of those things existing really does imply high fantasy. I fully agree there. Yeah. But anyways. Why is Chad talking about another streamer in his channel? Kind of rude. Because the other guy that seems like he was insulting me brought him up. Look, people and Jack can have their opinions. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Frankly, I wish the person was still here, because I would really like to. I definitely have the brainworm that I can convince people of things, and I can convince people that I am not just ripping on, Critical Role, because I don't think I am personally. So I don't know. It is what it is. It'll happen.
Offhand, couple months.
Couple months. I mean, I don't think one more day is going to kill us if we want to go get her.
But that's
I know.
difficult.
I know. I do bring it up though that it is one of those things that we should talk about.
I mean, if the fates allow.
Yes. I feel like we would have to find someone to send message.
Yeah.
As a message spell, maybe in the form of
Just
a
blackmail the
text.
writers a blind spot.
Yeah. Because Ashley is in New York.
We'd have to,
This is one of those things
pair
where
up.
I thought I would just bring it up now before we go running in
I
there.
was trying to guilt him out into playing Pike. But
I'm okay with that too.
No, it's Ashley's character, though.
I mean, we could
Pike, Terry, what else?
Yeah, just throw all the NPCs
All
in
of
there,
them.
guys.
It's not the Thordak battle. There's not 87 miniatures on the board.
No, but I mean, it could be. We don't know.
All right,
We'd
well,
also
we're
have to
on
see
that.
if like Ashley would be down as like
I thought
I mean, yeah, man, I get it. This is what I'm talking about. He's like, it's not a explicitly bad thing. In the way of like, it's detrimental to the capabilities or whatever. It is just it is a hassle, and it's tough to justify, and especially for a group like this that is really interested in justifying these things in fiction. I think they're going to be more challenged by having all of these kind of tools available, especially when some of the tools are in an awkward position, like Pike. It becomes a tough justification engine. And I also get it from Taliesin's perspective of, talking about, I thought I would bring it up. To me, it's something to bring up above the table. No reason to bring it up in fiction at this point in time. But again, I'm taking that with the grain of salt that they love establishing these things in fiction and not doing it above the table so that everyone can see it. It's tough, man. I just feel for him at this point, because again, I've been in the situation where I've given my players too much, and they very reasonably want to use everything that I've given them, and it's a kind of tough hole to get out of, and it just kind of results in these sorts of conversations more and more and more, unless you do something about it. But I don't have a great track record with doing things about it, so I won't even go down that path of advice.
Kaijuing Pike once again.
I just
bring
thought I'd
Pike,
bring
you
it
guys
up
can
because
Jaeger
it is
again.
one of those things that is pretty clutch down there.
Not prepared, but we never are.
Nope. So we kidnapped the president.
Asmodeus.
Definitely. I'm
So
liking it more.
I'm curious if Rakshasas aren't necessarily part of the system, and this guy tends to come in and out and just make people's lives a living hell. Oh, hell. Because
They'll
we're-
like that.
we're
Apparently,
going.
puns are very good
Yeah.
down there.
Slick.
It is hell.
Then
Sound
maybe
be
maybe no one would miss him. In fact, maybe people down there don't like him. You know?
The feeling I get reading, the more I read about this place, is no one likes anybody down there. And
So
so
maybe it might
if you
not-
can figure out a way to be convenient about it, you can disappear.
Okay, I think it's about to go out. The ads are incoming. Didn't get a warning that time, but whatever. And we will. I don't want it to still be playing when we go into said ads. But yeah, I don't know. It's a tough situation. The entire Pike situation is tough. I've talked about it multiple times. I think at this point, I don't know, you just have to ride it out until the end of the game. what's up? Hello. I can tell you, ding, ding, ding. Did indeed, but not just pee. If it had only been that, I probably would have been back in time. Bird's been having some diarrhea. So she only peed, and then we were on our way back in, and then she grabbed the leash, and I was like, oh, God. So, but I am back, and let's watch.
Anybody.
Also, didn't someone tell us that if they get trashed, they're treated like shit there?
He's probably not
We've trashed his
well
ass
respected.
twice.
When we went to the city of brass, we were owned, right? That was what let us move around so freely.
We don't have to do that here.
I mean, we thought it was getting us around.
There's nothing that we need to think about like that, so that we.
So
had,
we
like,
should just go down, act like we're evils, like our souls have been claimed by another devil already.
Honestly,
I
the
could
more we
use-
just act like us, the more people are going to try and tempt us into things.
I could use alter self or try and change into something that's
Can't they see
devil-y
through that?
They'll probably see through it.
What is your true
I have a
thing?
question.
Yes.
Because that is an interesting question. Because
Illusions are different than actually physically changing
right, it's
yourself.
transmutation. Because
Correct.
shape change is considered a transmutation
Yeah.
spell, whereas the
Anything-
seeming was an illusion.
Seeming
spell.
was an illusion. Illusions, and
You actually become that
you,
thing.
as far as you know, the pit fiend you encountered is the only creature that saw through an illusion.
Okay.
However, illusions and transmutation spells, things that actually physically alter your form, that's not considered an illusion. You are actually changing your physicality. So alter self would not be something that a creature with true sight could see through.
Can I alter self to a succubus?
I mean, you could alter yourself to look more
look like
like
one.
maybe, yeah.
So if we're just like the bad
Or like a
kids on the
tiefling?
block,
And you wouldn't be able to give yourself wings
They won't mess with
necessarily,
us.
but
Do
you, could,
are tieflings a thing in City of Dis?
you don't know.
we act like a
Percy,
bunch
are
of-
tieflings a thing in the City of Dis?
I don't know.
Actually,
Will I know? It's not on the page.
For a
You gave me one
second.
page.
I know.
Just think
Well,
for a
before I give you a basic structure, I'm filling in the gaps as we go.
Sure, thank you.
Yes, they're quite often found there. That is specifically a city that a lot of the social construct revolves around the cross section between the mortal races and devils.
I wonder if they have guides. I wonder if I could be like a tiefling tour guide for you guys.
Maybe you could be like a conduit, the
Yeah.
person that brings us to.
Yeah, like an ambassador, an escort.
Already have us under contract.
Already have you under contract.
Sure.
Yeah.
You feel up to this level of deception? I say with all seriousness.
No, it's not my strongest suit, and I
noticed.
recognize
Wait,
this.
wait, Terry, do you have anything, like a spell you can make, any kind of trinket, that would help Keyleth be better at lying?
Oh well, I do believe that I can enhance somebody's visage.
Well, not that, no, I'm talking an actual, like, ability to tell lies better. Something that would up her maybe charisma.
Does he
or
have
her-
enhanceability?
He does have
Is that what you're
enhanceability,
talking about?
yeah.
He can give me enhanceability, which means I would get advantage checks.
Right.
That's
You can do
better.
that too.
Which
kind
I
of
can't do on
ability
myself
can
as
you
well.
enhance?
Yeah. So yeah, I can give myself, I can.
But I can do it as well. And,
And Terry can do it as well. I'll
It's
talk
correct.
into a mirror for a little bit, practice some, some things that tieflings might say. What are things tieflings say?
Oh God, I'm a tiefling. What happened? Why has this happened to me?
Oh God, I'm a tiefling. What happened? Why is this happening to me?
That's perfect, that's
See?
perfect.
It's uncanny.
It's exactly how I
believe you.
remember Lilith. And
We are so close to being able to semi-retire and take it easy. We cannot cock this up. We're going to hell. We've no plan. What if we went and were completely honest and were ourselves and explained that we were here to remove the shittiest
Seriously?
devil in the city?
Seriously?
Well, I
I
mean,
am
that-
being
yeah,
serious.
he does have a
We
slight
tried
point.
that. We've tried that. I mean, maybe it'll work. We just run willy-nilly. That's what we do.
Maybe we do them a favor. It's not
If,
like we're
if a
saints.
bunch of mortals, I'm of the opinion that a bunch of mortals show up in the city of Dis looking for a Rakshasa, I think they're going to be able to put two and two
Why?
together.
Yeah, they're gonna know. I honestly don't think anyone's gonna have a problem with us killing this guy. It's just a matter of, do we want to be full Vox Machina, because that might paint a giant target on us, or maybe have someone as a silent escort? I could try and not speak a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean,
We talked about this the last time they were in Vasselheim about reputation, which the players are bringing up more and more as this conversation goes on. They brought it up very briefly towards the beginning of, our reputation carries a certain amount of weight. And the last time that they went to Vasselheim, we talked about okay, how do you have the guards handle people with this amount of reputation? Because they were following Grog and Terry, which obviously they wouldn't recognize Terry and Dodie, but they obviously would recognize Grog. He's a pretty recognizable character. And I thought that Matt handled it pretty well of just having the soldiers and guards follow them rather than having them actively engage. I think that's a reasonable way for policing forces to begin to react as parties gain, not only power, but reputation. But how to have that information travel extraplanarly and be reacted to appropriately by the denizens of another plane, because there's a lot of opportunity there. there's a lot of opportunity for you to characterize devils and, I mean, Dis specifically, but the hells in the hierarchy more broadly, of how they react to a powered individual. Someone said earlier of this idea of, the lower level devils don't have as much to offer. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel for contracts. The higher power devils are possibly going after more powerful individuals. And that does feel like a natural place to go, is if they're flexing their reputation, they get contacted. Soul capitalism, yeah. Yeah. They get contacted by kind of a higher order devil that wants to set up a deal, wants to talk, wants to parlay, invites them over for tea because they're civilized. In the city of Dis, in Dis City, they're very civilized. But there's a bit of a conflict there because earlier the players said no deals. They said no deals. Right now, they're talking about their reputation in terms of they don't think anyone would care if they went and just found Hodis and killed him. And that is an option, is for basically there to be no interaction from Dis on their quest line. I mean, it's an option that literally mechanically works. Dis is just sort of like a flavorful setting, sort of like hunting down the previous owner of Fenthras in the Shademerc. Like, he was connected to the Shademerc, obviously, but they didn't interact with Wodena, and they didn't really need to. They didn't interact with anyone in the Shademerc or around it. They were kind of forced to interact with the people in the Moonbrush, which, I mean, to an extent, might be what Matt ends up going for here, is, that level of forced interaction. But that seems to not be what the players, at the very least, are planning for. So my thought process is, I liked the Moonbrush. It was this, and maybe that is replicable in the Hells. Because, Hodis can be wherever you want him to be. He could be in the oubliette. He could be at the top of the tower with the city lord. He could be anywhere. In the same way that the Shademerc could have been anywhere from where Vox Machina entered at the Nymph Pool, right? The Nymph Pool didn't have to be where it was, and the Shademerc didn't have to be where it was in relation to each other. Matt set it up in such a way that they would pass by Singorn and that they would go through the Moonbrush, which was great. It meant that they actually got to experience a little bit of the Feywild. They met Garmelie, Garm, classic, who turned out to be Artagan. Matt was able to really sprinkle in the flavor of the environment and the setting and really characterize it, even though if Singorn and the Moonbrush hadn't been in the way, but had been over to the right, I think it's kind of up in the air as to whether or not the players would have chosen, or the characters would have chosen, to go directly to the Shademerc rather than making the pit stop. But because the objects were in their path, they kind of had to. And there's an additional aspect there of the Feywild was characterized more as wilderness, so Matt could spice up Garmelie as a guide, and it meant that because it was the wilderness, they didn't have it mapped out, they didn't know it well, there was an easy excuse to put anything in their path by just saying, okay, you determine the shortest path, it is this way, it is the path that has Singorn and the Moonbrush on it. You can construct all of that. A city's a bit of a different environment. I think the only thing that kind of models that like path that you have to traverse are either sort of like district relationships or interior exterior relationships of buildings. So I brought up having him in the oubliette or at the top of the tower, right? If he's at the top of the tower, Vox Machina has to get through the tower. There's not a lot of ways to get there otherwise. I mean, I guess they can fly, but it's easy to understand why you might not want to fly up to the top of the Lord's Tower in the city of Dis. So I think that there's the implication is enough to stop the players from doing that. And, you know, on the alternative side, if he's down in some sort of dungeon, oubliette, even just something as simple as a basement, they have to go through the intervening structure to get down to there. Or be, again, very creative with how they get there otherwise. Both of which I think are good. I think they accomplish what you want. I think the thing you would want to avoid is putting Hodis just in his own house that is isolated and is just like on some street, and he's the only one in there. Unless that house is in maybe a district that is maybe under quarantine, like the beginning of Cyberpunk 2077, we might say, where, you know, I can't remember the district's name, but one of the districts is under quarantine, and the two main characters, I mean, it happens in a cutscene. It's like the first 20 minutes of the game. I don't feel bad about spoiling it. But they kind of have to talk their way past the quarantine guards. Watson, thank you. Yeah, Watson's under quarantine. And they have to talk their way past the cops to get in. That's an opportunity to direct them towards interacting with the devils, possibly making a deal. So I think no matter what, you just have to introduce a thing that will contain devils between them and Hodis. You can't have Dis just kind of be like a free-for-all. Like, and I'll give an example of, I think, a city that was handled more like a free-for-all that I think it worked for that one, but I don't think it would work for this one, was Whitestone. When they first get to Whitestone at the beginning of the Briarwood arc, Whitestone's a real free-for-all. They have to, like, make checks in order to travel the city, and they have to take precautions. But they don't actually have to interact with anything, as long as they take those precautions. Sort of similar to the City of Brass. Once they got the collars that indicated they were owned by someone, City of Brass is now a free-for-all. They don't have to, like, go past guard checkpoints to get into the Forge District, right? And very aptly here, in the City of Brass, the, I think it was Jezerazel? No, not Jezerazel. Juriel, the fire giant. Juriel was just in a house. She was just in a house, just chilling, and they could just walk there. And that was it. And I think that you don't want that sort of scenario for this. Especially now that all of this establishing work has been done to draw a delineation between the Plane of Fire and the Hells. Saying like, oh yeah, the ownership thing isn't a thing we'll have to deal with in the Hells. It is dealt with differently in the Hells than it was in the City of Brass. Now that you have all of that established, I think you have to provide some sort of roadblock towards them interacting with Hodis. For no other reason than you don't want the Hells to just be set dressing. You know, I've already been a little bit worried about this questline, not finding Hodis to be that much of a threat, or, you know, maybe not the most interesting endpoint for a side quest. But the Hells could be interesting, and to an extent, they seem pretty interested in the Hells. They haven't done a lick of research on Rakshasas. They haven't done a lick of research. Well, I guess they've tried to broadly look into Hodis, so it's more the information that Matt has provided them than the specific research that they did. So take that one with an asterisk grain of salt. But, I mean, Matt is providing them with information on the Hells broadly, not really Rakshasas specifically, to the point where he even had to, clarify a little bit of a distinction between Pit Fiends and Rakshasas this session. And so with all of that, with like a lot of the focus being on the city of Dis and the environment, which, I mean, to be fair, is one of the only things they have to focus on in regards to this. But I think you need an amount of interaction with it once you get there. I think that's how I would do it. I think I would just have his house or his domicile. I guess I don't know if they have houses in the city of Dis. But in whatever abode Hodis resides in, some sort of entity-driven impediment. So I am thinking like not a magical barrier. I think it would want to be like a guard checkpost that they have to interact with in some way, even if they interact with it under the guise of, deception and falsehood. That's totally fine, because that also gives them a opportunity to either just overcome a substantial obstacle. And like if they manage to get past the checkpoint with, maybe either through deception or by intimidating the guards into not telling their superiors, and they roll really well or they're very clever, not getting the other devils involved and not having to make a deal, huge reward for Vox. But if they don't, that's a more reasonable opportunity to bring in one of the devils. Even if they get past the guard checkpoint, maybe the guards say, I don't know about them, and they maybe call non-checkpoint cops to like go and interrogate them or to follow them, or ambassadors, not ambassadors, but henchmen from one of the upper devils comes and contacts them and tells them, I hear you're here for this, I can help with that. And maybe they say no, and maybe that has consequences, maybe it doesn't. But I think that's the way that my mind is going for this. Especially since, as they brought up earlier, their experience with the City of Brass definitely implies that they aren't just going to be able to pop in front of Hodis' door, even if they found where that was. I mean, there is also the aspect of finding Hodis, which you could lock behind a deal. You could hide behind various intermediary devils. Yeah. Their hunting of Hodis should be noticeable. They know this is the Hells as opposed to a random city in the world. Yeah. I think you just have to craft a reason to not just have the devils just directly contact Vox. Just from like their presence in the city. I think there needs to be some sort of vector for getting the information that Vox is there and hunting a Rakshasa. There has to be some sort of vector of communication for getting that from the lower devils or the street devils up to the higher ranks. Because I do think you'd want to introduce a more higher ranked devil for Vox to interact with. I think that's going to be one of the more interesting ways to take Dis. Although, then it draws into what sort of deal are they going to offer, because you have to, be aware of not tying them too far down. You don't want them cleaning up loose ends to be this, like, infinite process of just picking up new loose ends, which, honestly, I'm sure Matt's already thought about. Like, Matt's known they're going to Hodis, to the Hells. Matt has this very much a focus on the Hells being this place of contracts and deals, which I think is fair and seems aligned with the lore. So I'm sure that Matt's already thought about what sort of deals or contracts he might offer Vox. So I don't... And I think that those aren't necessarily hard to come up with as a DM that knows everything that you're going towards, is planning out the last arc of the campaign, nearly impossible for me to try and parse out what sort of deals Matt might offer them, because it really depends on what the plan for the final arc is, the BBG, all those sorts of things. Not saying that the deal has to be tied into those things, but it has to know those things to keep them in mind so that the deal itself doesn't conflict with that final arc or BBG, what have you.
You could.
Maybe I could be a mute escort.
I mean, I just
have my
feel
tongue
like
cut
our certainly without Scanman, our chances of fooling anybody are lower than they've ever been. So maybe having you as a tiefling escort gives a little credibility to the dummies there.
Yeah.
There's lots of people who are not dummies though, and I kind of feel like we should just quietly negotiate our way through because I don't think we can bullshit not without Scanman.
I think that's very fair.
All right.
I agree.
I
Okay.
got lost, but I agree.
Did you ever get a response from Sam on those potions? So I didn't.
Yeah.
I want to tell.
6 regular, 3 medium, 1 superstar.
I have them too.
If you need
I was in
gold,
the
I've got
fucking shop.
loads.
It's literally right there.
Oh, I didn't know you wrote it down, Grog.
Why the fuck?
You can't count.
Yeah.
Here's a little game.
Okay, we gotta
Well,
pass these potions out. Who wants a superior?
I do.
Oh, do you have those potions?
Yeah. Terry,
do?
Terry gave them to me.
They were
Did
gift
you
wrapped
steal
and
them from
everything.
me when I wasn't noticing? Because if
I
you did, I would
did.
have perceived it.
Sorry.
Received it.
Yeah, I would have, because I have really high perceiving.
Oh, that's why you wanted it gift wrapped.
So,
I'll take any. I don't forget the sizes. If
I don't want you
venti
dying
or
again.
grande.
Take the superior.
Ooh, thank you.
Is that all right with everyone?
Yes, that's perfectly
Okay.
fine.
I will say I did buy them. If I could also.
Really, Terry? Because you have all those patches. I thought that's the reason you gave them to us.
Oh, but they're measly
that's-
trifles of healing. I could use something.
Terry, how tough is that armor?
The best that money could buy.
Right, but is it
course.
ceremonial or is it like shit kicker?
Do you want two
functional.
regular potions? How's that, Terry? Is that good for you? In addition to your patches, or would you want one of the greatest that you bought for us?
Great.
Wow. All right, sure. Take it back. Okay.
Sam couldn't be here.
I'll take a greater as well.
All right.
Sure, you don't want to give me one because I usually end up pouring it into one of you.
Good call.
You totally do.
Greater for Grog.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
So that's all 3 greaters
idea.
taken.
I'll take 2 regular. If you've
2
got one.
regulars for Percy. 2 regulars for Keyleth.
Sure.
And that's
Does anyone else
2
want to?
regulars left.
Strapping a turkey baster to a tank.
So-
I would maybe just keep those, or give them to Grog maybe once again.
Get up.
Okay. So Grog,
What?
you have 2 regulars
Yep.
and 1 greater.
Yar.
Hold on.
All right.
Mm.
All right.
Freddie, do we know what languages are likely to be spoken there?
Oh, good
Does
question.
that say in your books?
Should you just call Percy Freddy? I like it.
He keeps calling him that.
Infernal.
It's his name, isn't it?
Frederick.
Infernal? They speak Infernal. Technically, it
Infernal.
would be a middle name. Yes,
Do you
Frederick.
speak Infernal?
I do not
is
speak Infernal.
your name, is it not? You have 37 of them. Am I allowed to use any of the ones in between the first and the last?
I am struggling to find a reason why not, which is somewhat irritating.
You know, we're years into being friends. What do you prefer?
Percy is just perfectly
What about
reasonable.
D-Row?
What about Von?
D-roll's pretty good.
You, yes.
What about Musil?
Oh, geez, I was just
My
about
God,
to
you
agree
found the
on
line and I've drawn it.
D-roll's pretty good. Man, D-roll's
D-roll.
great.
D-roll is actually.
Yeah.
I'm suddenly
D-roll?
I
extremely
feel
jealous
like
of
I'm not
Rob.
necessarily ready to
Hey.
live up to D-roll at that point.
Oh man, yeah, that's gonna haunt you, my
You're
friend.
just gonna end up wings at someday. That's all.
Oh,
Wings.
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 It's like B-roll.
You want to stop getting wang?
D-roll.
Infernal, but they speak common, I'm assuming as well.
Anybody.
Got that D-roll.
You don't know.
Oh,
You don't know.
shit. We don't know anybody that speaks Infernal, do we?
Hey, Terry.
About Zara.
Do you have any spells that help you, be able to speak languages? Like, isn't there like a spell called languages?
Yeah.
Not at the moment. However, if we have enough time, I'm sure we could go find a local class that teaches. Maybe go to the Lyceum and we can learn the basics. A few weeks.
Daddy, do you want me to punch you in the face?
No, I do not. Please don't do that. Which, by the way, if we need any sort of healing, and he kind of rummages through his pouch here and says, I can muster a couple of short-term potions if it gets too bad.
Why did you take one of the greaters if you can make healing potions on your own?
Well, I could only really use one for myself, and I wanted a backup.
Right.
So Infernal is going to be a problem.
And we're taking Dodie with us. Is that the plan?
I don't see why we wouldn't. Why would we not want to bring him with us?
I'm sure there's lots of robots in hell.
Does Dopey speak Infernal?
Dodie doesn't speak.
Can he write in Infernal?
Is he a protocol droid?
I am well versed.
This is where it would be useful for Sam to send me his character sheet, so I know what languages he chose. But because Sam's not here, no. Dodie does not know we're speaking Infernal.
Somewhere in area is going to
I'm sure.
Sam's stuff is right there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
No, that's my stuff. I'm spreading because he's not here.
Understandable.
Not really.
Man
It's like that is-
spreading.
I don't know which script speaking in.
Can we
Plus, we
like
didn't.
tear off your sleeve and then you understand Inferno?
No, you don't need to do
We
that.
could try it.
I would not recommend it.
I speak
No.
Disco, but not Inferno.
No.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not really
You
that
can't
sorry.
just off the cuff that. You gotta say that.
That was for the Aladdin earlier. I had to do something in retaliation. We're looking to see if anything.
I speak Abyssal.
But that's,
I mean,
that's the other
if I
one.
wanted
That's the
to
other guys.
use shape change
Yeah.
to actually turn myself into
A succubus.
a succubus or a rakshasa, then I would speak infernal because I do get that with shape. We didn't really fully decide. It never specifies.
I would say yeah.
Because you get everything, but you just keep your intellect,
Oh, do
wisdom,
that.
and.
Get a whole other language.
Make yourself a
Well, no,
succubus,
but you
Taylor.
keep your intellect. It's not like you
Same
learn what the
brain,
creature
man.
would know. So probably
But you
not.
learn their spells and abilities. You automatically get those.
Are the spells in the brain though?
If you get this spell.
Or in the body?
It doesn't specify in the spell. It's kind of what you
It
decide.
depends on what kind of spell. Like elemental
I
spells.
really
can
want
be
to see what you
embodied.
look like as a succubus.
I do
myself.
too. This picture they have in the book is quite exciting.
Yeah, she's got a whip.
Yes, she
Turn
does.
any average singular creature, one without any class levels or the spell casting trait. So you don't get any spells. You turn into something that has spell casting, you don't get their spells. You can maintain your intellect.
But I get their abilities.
You get their abilities, their physical abilities and things they can do.
Oh, but that's different than knowing the language.
Yeah, so I don't think you pick up a language.
Yeah, you get to suck.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
Well, we may have to actually hire a guide once we're in there then.
No, we can't hire anyone. Why can't we just hire a tiefling? Did you have any other tieflings in your in your tribe?
Maybe, but I imagine they would be super rare.
You've been gone
Do
a
we
while.
have any?
Maybe ask Daryl back.
We'll say for the purposes of thank you for the text. So check on the languages that Dodie knew.
Oh,
And Infernal is not one of them. I'm sorry. So there are 2 tieflings that exist in the society. They're pretty rare when it comes to Ashari, just because a lot of tieflings tend to not feel comfortable in some natural elements sometimes.
Sure.
One of them is about 6 years old, and the other predominantly works as a kind of a gardener in the vicinity.
So it's not a guarantee that they know infernal necessarily.
Not a guarantee, I don't think.
You could go ask.
I think we
I could go ask. I mean, I could go and get a few buzzwords. You know.
Find that 6-year-old.
Hello, goodbye, please, thank you, left, right.
No, thank you.
Actually, most tieflings do learn Infernal as a language.
Can I go? What time is it?
You guys have been talking late into the evening. It's early. It's like maybe 1 or 2 in the
Oh,
Go in the
morning.
morning.
go in the morning.
Dude, this has nothing to do with. Well, I guess not nothing to do, but I think that Matt is running that totally reasonably. It is just something that bothers me, or I guess just weirds me out. And it's something that we've addressed at my table. Not even, because I brought it up and said, hey, this weirds me out. But the idea of the, I guess you might say non-natural species learning the languages, it's very strange. And there's all sorts of ways to justify it. But a tiefling knowing infernal does imply some things about the way that becoming a tiefling modifies your intellect. Because an elf knowing elvish is easy to justify in the fiction. They grew up around people that spoke elvish because they grew up around other elves. That is how languages are communicated. They're one of the things that are still predominantly transferred via essentially oral history, I guess. That is the at least primary way that they are transferred to children. And so, a tiefling knowing infernal, when I think, predominantly, there aren't normally, tiefling societies. Unless we're talking about, Elturel, that I think is the name of the city that got thrown into Avernus. Maybe a society like that would learn, that got transferred in, would learn the local language and would, keep it alive by speaking it to each other, even once they leave Avernus. That's and that's what I mean by, it can be justified. But I feel like it's typically not. So it's a very weird aspect of the way that languages are even integrated into D&D, because they have very little mechanical support. Or maybe not even mechanical support. That's maybe the wrong word. They just don't have a lot of depth to them. It's just a proficiency, which is not terrible, but it does result in these very odd things of just like looking for a tiefling because they might speak Infernal just naturally. It's very strange. It's not like a French woman born and raised in the USA doesn't mean she automatically knows French. Yeah, exactly. Well, and especially like it's even stranger with a tiefling, right? Because it depends on how the tiefling became a tiefling. If they were born a tiefling to like tiefling parents, then maybe, they would grow up and speaking Infernal around the house. That makes sense. And that's how a lot of, second generation, like Americans, like will learn a language at home as well as English, because their parents speak the language. But a lot of the ways that like tiefling become tiefling is totally separated from what their parents are. Their parents are, at least in a lot of cases, something totally separate, which sounds like a possible implication of like the situation in the Arashari. And so it like implies that the transformation teaches them that language, which is sort of begs the question about like what Infernal even is as a communication method.
We'll find out. If not, we'll just go there and hope that someone speaks common.
Yeah,
It's
they've
called
gotta be
common for
able
a
to
reason.
Yeah, common. I feel like we'll be okay.
Well, we can't sit here and wait for him to come back, and we just gotta fucking do it, right?
Unless I could try and talk to Dad, too, and see if he has anything that might help with languages, but I don't know. I think we'll be okay. We'll be alright, right?
It's just hell.
It's just hell.
No big
It's
deal.
fine.
Fine.
Okay, so do we have a big plan? Should we sleep?
Sleep, talk to the gardener.
But if we do this, we're done. We can take it easy.
Ish.
For a bit.
So he says.
To do what? What is left? The dragons are dead. All that's left is Hotus. What is left?
The fucking deal that I made with your fucking goddess. Who knows if she'll call us out on it, but
Yeah.
there's that.
Well, I'm not going to run right back to the temple, are you?
Well, hell no. She creeps me out.
Thank you.
I saw her face. It's fucking
Yeah, I
weird.
saw that. Wait, you guys all saw? We all saw that, right?
Right, that
Really
happened.
talked? Yeah, because that feels like a fever dream. That happened. You saw that.
Did you know
I
we
did
saw
see
her?
that.
Grog, you saw that, right?
What?
The giant white
giant white
mask.
face.
Nope.
Grog.
Grog. Yeah. Oh.
I feel like Grog's getting more. I feel like
Indignant?
he's lying more now than he used to.
That is not true.
What do you want to do after this, Grog? Say we get back from hell. What's the next step for you? I mean, we're going to party, that's a given, but, like, are you done with the herd?
Oh, I don't know. I never look that far ahead. Yeah, it like keeps disappointment low.
No expectations. I like it.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's bad for goals, but yeah.
Goals.
Like, high five, buddy.
Hey.
Hey.
I mean, I didn't have any plans to like do anything that normally works out great.
Yeah.
Word.
Yep.
There were words in there.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really need
I actually
to see.
understood it.
You
How
don't
fucked up
need
is
to
that?
see like all the way to the horizon, right? You just got to see like right in front of your own little feet.
Yeah.
And you'll get there.
You remember that time a sword killed you?
Yep.
You do, yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't always work out. Sometimes it gets cocked up, yeah?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
He's got a point.
Does have a point.
This is true.
Has
I mean,
anyone
we're all
s-
here.
Yeah. Has anyone stopped to wonder why we're all still alive?
All the time.
yeah. Like by all likelihood, we shouldn't be. That's fun.
That's the whole
Yeah.
series
Good
of things to
Good
unpack.
times. Good times. What about you, Vex? What are you doing after we take a retirement break?
Oh wow, this is happening.
Percy.
Good one, Grog.
Hey.
I mean, yeah, but
That would, you know,
Yeah, but, I mean, we knew that.
I'm
you
gonna
do.
hopefully build up
You do have
small house.
a small house if you're feeling.
Has it been built?
No, it needs to be.
It needs to be. It's this land.
It will be.
Yeah,
be.
it will be. It's going to be lovely.
It'll be lovely.
You're gonna be like Mr. Bates on Downton Abbey afterwards.
I know.
I don't know who that is.
Considering your idea of small.
It was very nice before
Well,
it
like-
caught fire. And
This is the sweetest before we all die.
this is, and the Grey Hunt itself is eventually going to be popping up. So
I would
that'll be
love
good.
to
It
know
is
what
the
that
Grey
is.
Hunt, Percy. You
Yeah,
keep saying what the
bust
Grey
that
Hunt
out.
is. What is it?
What's your plans, Kiki?
Percy?
Whoa!
It's
Back it
because
up.
it's nothing.
I feel like Grey Hunt
Isn't
is
it?
something really terrible.
It's
and you just
not.
haven't told
It's
me.
not terrible.
Bust
It's
it
not
out,
at all.
you
I wouldn't have. No. Well,
Secrets.
I mean, there's some boring bits of it, obviously.
Well, tell
which
us
are-
the juicy bits of it.
Yeah. Is it like paying your taxes, where it's not a real thing, but you kind of have to do it because it's on paper?
Do I get a
someone
jolly
tells
hat
you
out
to.
of it?
Who- Where does she learn this
Beautiful
stuff?
John
I
Trump.
never-
I learned it from you,
Oh my
Percy.
God.
I learned it from you. No guilt.
part of the grey hunt, and this happens not every season, but often on Winter's Crest festivals. And again, it is an official title and does actually carry with it some responsibilities beyond that, but they're very, very new. They'll be fine. And I can't give too much of it away because part of the ritual is also.
Oh my God!
time.
Tell us something.
You are going to have to go into the woods and meet something. No, I'm really not.
Meet something?
You go into the woods. There are creatures that live in the woods that have been affected by the land, that have gained some.
You're gonna shroom your tits off.
Do I get really high? Is this the whole point of the Great Hunt?
Whitestone, there are things within the earth of Whitestone that have certain power and certain energies, and they have been seeped into the plants and the stones and the animals themselves. And
Do I have to find the highest animal in the woods?
More or less.
I'm starting to regret that I asked. What's the punchline?
Yeah,
The punchline is you're going to go and you're going to actually have to bring back a kill, and it will be a very specific kill that is asked for.
Oh, wow.
But part of that then gives you a practically divine right to manage and look after the creatures of the woods and our hunting and what is reasonable to be killed and otherwise. I think I'm covering most of the
How do you mean divine? Like she can see things? If she kills the radioactive beast, does that mean she gets this radioactive power?
Divine more in the sense of what reasonable people do to tell commoners are allowed to talk.
Yeah. Atari.
sounds
Less
fun.
exciting.
Do I go alone or do I get help?
You do go alone. No, you do not get help.
That's so cool.
Transparent sometimes.
Sounds fun.
I think you're going to do very well.
Oh, you'll be fine.
I look forward to it.
She's killed tree beasts and dragons. She's
Everything under
fine.
the sun.
Huh. Honestly, I mean, I was writing the note about how I loved the Grey Hunt as a bit. I really did not anticipate it being an actual lore drop. Wait, I gotta reread all that. I mean, it takes him forever to get through. Oh, man, I love it. Is it like paying your taxes? It's no. Dollars in size, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I think we can take it from right about here. Let me reread that. Because this sounds like what we've been talking about in reference to the water Ashari and the lodestones and that being related to the Whitestone ore. And the Terra are in the Whitestone Mountains. You know, I wonder. Why wouldn't he have it fleshed out? I honestly just didn't think it was going to be that substantial. I figured he had it fleshed out. I just didn't think it was going to be like an actual lore bit. I guess I thought it would be a lore bit. I didn't think it would be something that was possibly like relevant. I thought it was just going to be like a fun little thing. Because where did I talk about the ley lines coming out of? Oh, right here. Whitestone ley lines spoke of in 6 directions, some that curl northward, some curl out over the ocean. I mean, neither of those are in the direction of Terra, but we're not getting a very specific, kind of layout there. But kind of ride with me for a second. Where's this? Okay. So the general layout of where Whitestone is, to my current understanding, it sounds like a simple go handle this beast quest, except for all of the parts about the fucking earth modifying and changing the nature of the beasts that live within. I didn't think that sounded very straightforward. Let's see. So Whitestone is here. The Stormcrest Mountains kind of stretch all along this and up through here. And we know that the Terra are somewhere vaguely within the Stormcrest Mountains. So, right here, blah, 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 blah. It gives you responsibilities because part of this ritual, etc., etc. You go into the woods. There are creatures that live in the woods that have been affected by the land. that have gained some. There are things within the earth of Whitestone that have certain power and certain energies, which is not coming out of nowhere. That's what forms the Whitestone, the material. And they have seeped into the plants and the stones and the animals themselves. I would think this a bit more poetic if we hadn't just gotten out of the Kraken encounter, where they're harvesting the lodestones, which a direct connection is drawn between the Whitestone and the lodestones, and they harvest the lodestones from a beast. And we don't really know how the beast is like generating the lodestones, but possibly from other beasts that are around the portal. I mean, it's attracted to the portal because of the planar energies coming off of it. And my, I guess, point here is that if Whitestone is here, and this entire area is kind of the Stormcrest Mountains, or maybe the Cliff Keep. Whichever ones are in the north. Is this the Frostweald? Oh wait, these are the Stormcrest. Sorry, I've been saying Stormcrest the whole time. Cliff Keep. Swap it in. Cliff Keep Mountains. So if these are all the Cliff Keep Mountains, oh, that is not an M. The Cliff Keep Mountains. And the Terra is somewhere within the Cliff Keep Mountains. You know, we'll call it maybe there. That seems reasonable. They talked about it being a hike from Craghammer, I believe. Or Westron. My impression of where the Terra was somewhere kind of in the middle of this blob. Because Craghammer's somewhere over here. My impression was that Terra was kind of somewhere over here. Regardless, wherever it is, we know that Whitestone has this sort of confluence of ley lines. Some extend north, some extend to the sea. I think it's very reasonable, very possible, that some kind of go off this way. Because we had the question of, like, why would Whitestone be similar to the Lodestone? The Lodestone seems to be directly related to its adjacency to the portal. At least that's the implication that was drawn. It's at the very least connected to these entities, these Krakens, that have some sort of planar energetic alignment, having been created by the primordials, and they shit out lodestones that are able to control the portal, right? Those lodestones are able to stabilize the planar energies. A beast is the one converting this. So the energies that run through Whitestone, I mean, I guess unless they are different energies, where one energy makes the Whitestone and one energy makes the creatures of the Grey Hunt, and they have absolutely no connection to each other. Which I'm gonna be real, I really doubt. If that's not the case, then it seems very possible to me that the energy flowing through the ley line is picking up some of that Terra portal energy. I mean, maybe it's not very close, you know, it's not as potent, so it doesn't result in, these kind of direct transformations and the sort of like really strict locality that we see with the Vestra portal. But it could be enough to seep into the ground and transform the land, especially if the ley lines are like feeding the sun tree, right? With this earth planar energy. And it would mean that every Ashari does have a tree related to it. The trees always come back. It would mean that the only one of the 4 Asharis that we've seen that doesn't have a tree would indeed have a tree related to it. It's just the sun tree. It's doubling up. But it just seems so... It's all of these things, you know? And it modifying the beasts. I don't know. If I remember right, the Kraken wasn't always near the Vesper portal, though. This individual Kraken wasn't. Certainly. But it sounds, at least to me, like the wave dashers, the wave crashers, the wave riders used to go further in to the plane of fire to gather the lodestones, because they talk about the Kraken moved in because it followed some wave riders back. The wave riders attracted the Kraken to the portal. So they used to go out and get it. Now, that would, you know, draw in a question as to why do the Krakens happen to shit out this material that can stabilize the water plane portal? I don't fucking know. I mean, it seems a very direct rationale that you could give is that the Krakens were bred to do this. So they didn't really need the locality. They were possibly infused with the water plane energy by the primordials back when they were pets. So that's why they process it in this way. It could also be that the portal just emanates this energy and it transforms local fauna or flora. And so the Krakens would eat the transformed or the affected creatures, and those affected creatures basically transferred the portal energy into the Kraken. That would probably imply that nowadays there should be more lodestones available, but it's hard for us to tell how the supply and demand curve of lodestones has changed, given that the much more pressing issue is the Kraken right next to the portal. So it's hard for us to tell if that exactly happened. But there's enough there that I'm not too worried about that. The Terra doesn't have easy access to the Sun Tree. All other examples live right next to the special tree. They do. It could be that the Terra can't, you know, to an extent. Because think about this now, right? Think about this. The Cinder Grove grows directly around the Fireplane portal. The Vesra coral tree is in that like floating temple, like right at the top of the sinkhole that at the bottom of which is the portal. And the Vesra tree, the Zephyr tree is right on the cliff's edge. It's sounded like, at least somewhat, you know, kind of perched out a little bit over the cliff, getting that fucking airplane energy. But if the ley line is sweeping away all of the earth plane energy, I don't know that it is. We don't know. But it seems plausible, at least to me, that the Terra portal is having some of its like excess radiation sort of swept up in this air current of the ley line and being swept over to Whitestone, where it hits the Sun Tree. This nexus of all of the ley lines, and sort of pools there. It doesn't leave. It gets hit by the Sun Tree and gets absorbed into the land and slowly spreads out. And so rather than, because the Terra also seemed to be the least broadly affected of the Vestra. Like of the Ashari. The Zevra have this giant rift that is shooting out enough wind to allow them to glide all around the mountain range. The Vestra have this giant reef that they have built an entire, like, it seems like town, even like a small city on top of because of all of the energy radiating out, especially with the lodestones having concentrated so much of it. Oh, we're about to run ads. So I have a minute left. And then the Pyra live next to volcanoes. Like this, and there's like constant soot in the air from all of the energy emanating off of the fireplane portal. The Terra seemed pretty stable. They had a few rock slides, the occasional quake, it seemed. But I was honestly, when they went to the Terra, I don't want to say I was unimpressed, but it didn't seem like they really had a lot built out, or that the portal was affecting them much in any way. They didn't have like different stone. They weren't on the top of a mountain. They were in a valley. So maybe the implication is that it's slowly sucking in stone, but that would work seemingly the opposite of how all of the other portals work. So that doesn't seem right either. It makes sense to me that maybe at least a What's up? Sorry, the doggy's in here. All right, you guys aren't even ready. Because I've got more. I've got more. All right? Because look at this. I take notes, nerds. The ziggurat is built over a temple of Ioun. Interesting. You know where else we've seen temples of Ioun? It's so interesting because I seem to recall a temple of Ioun right over here in Whitestone. Now you might say, Mega, that's only one temple to Ioun. That's nearby an Ashari elemental portal. You might say, Mega, that's a ridiculous connection. I say nay. I say not. The Stormcrest. Example 2. The Zephyra. You know what else is conveniently placed near the Zephyra? That's right. It's motherfucking Sphinx Mountain. Oh, the pieces are aligning. Sphinx Mountain, the elemental dungeon, the 4 that remember. How interesting. But Mega, you might say, Mega. We don't know of any other connections elementally between Ioun and the and Ioun temples and Ziggurats and all that. We don't know of any other locality connections between those things. I raise you the Pyra. Right here. In, what's that? That's Vasselheim. And that, my friends, is another Ioun temple in the Slayer's Take. What's the very last one? Of course, it's the Vestra. That's the one that's the biggest stretch. But nearby the Vestra is the Glintshore. The Glintshore is maybe the loosest one of those, I will admit. But I do think that there's a connectivity there, especially with specifically the elemental relationship of Osisa and Kamalja Ori. Like the fact that Kamalja Ori can just summon up 4 portals. And you guys know something that always has bugged me, and it will continue to bug me to this day, is what the Raven Queen says to Vox Machina about, not Claprezu, what the fuck's his name? Yank, the Garistro. She tells them knowledge of this is earned. Is there anything you can tell me about the fiend named Yank? We need to use it. Knowledge of this is earned. The only other person we've ever heard talk like this is Kamalja Ori. Kamalja Ori said a name is earned. We've never heard anyone else talk like that. And you seek this with your allies. Some have already found secrets. I can only say that the path you walked to the Sphinx gave you what you need. Stay alive. It has always bothered me because the thing that gave them what they needed was the gate scroll at the Glintshore. I've never understood the Raven Queen's message there. The seeming connection to Kamalja Ori and the mention of the Sphinx. Like, I don't think I'm being crazy by connecting those two things when she then mentions the path to the Sphinx directly after that. I've had a theory that the Glint Shore might have been an Ioun temple, might have been a Ziggurat at some point in the past. They didn't investigate it super thoroughly. And we still don't know why Ripley was there. Why was she unloading all of this cargo and carrying it up to the Glint Shore cave? I mean, she ultimately set up an ambush for Vox. But why not just keep running? Is the Glint Shore the best place to set up that ambush? Maybe. Maybe she was just tired of running and she just wanted to set up a ambush, and she planted talk about some sort of procedure in her illusion just to throw them off even more. But that seems a little bit strange when they walk into the Glint Shore cave and there's an altar with a usable gate scroll inside of it. Or not a usable gate scroll, sorry. They got the gate scroll off of Ripley's body, I believe. And then when they went in to investigate the altar, Matt said there's a compartment that looks like it would have been for a gate scroll. It's always stuck weird in my head. There's very weird connections there. And I've been looking, you guys know, I've been looking for a while to figure out what the fuck is going on with the Glint Shore. I'm just looking for an explanation because right now it seems relevant, but I can't place it. And these are the other things. The Raven Queen's conversation with Vax is another thing that I feel like I can't place. Like, I don't understand what she's saying, even in the slightest. The four remember inside of the Kamalja Ori dungeon. Inside of Sphinx Mountain, the four remembers a weird riddle. I know that people say it's referring to the elements, but why is Kamalja Ori related to the elements? The Sphinxes seem to have no reason to be associated with the elements. Why does Kamalja Ori have the ability to open planar portals in the middle of his dungeon? That's not related to Ioun in the slightest, at least from what we can see. At least from what we can see. So I don't know. Do we know if the Yugg-Viril temple was a ziggurat to Ioun or just a similar looking building? Because if it is, there's another ziggurat in the cliff keep close to the Terra. You're right, Mike 30. You are correct. I have gone and looked it up. I am nearly positive that he does describe it as ziggurat-esque. I believe it's the first time he ever uses the word ziggurat, but I do believe that he puts a little bit of a caveat on it. He puts like a very slight caveat of like it's a ziggurat styled or something like that. And it's hard from that early in the campaign. You know, I think we can start really trusting the lore that we get once we get to around the Briarwood arc. Yugg-Viril's a tough one. It's a tough one because you're right. Yeah. Craghammer is somewhere in the Cliff Keep. And we know that Yugg-Viril, you get to from Craghammer. We don't know exactly which way they went, but it could easily be on the ley line. So if Yugg-Viril is down here, it does maybe present this option where the Ioun temples are along ley lines that come out of the that cross paths with the planar portals or cross near the planar portals. It might be that totally coincidentally, the Terra portal is just like the closest to a ley line. Or the other 3 might not be related to ley lines. We don't know where these ley lines really cross, except for the Whitestone ones. But it is another ziggurat in the Cliff Keep, yeah. Do you know where the Glintshore and Vestra are in Exandria? Yeah. That's why I put them down here. So this is Taldore. Wildmounts over here. It doesn't get any portals. Boo-hoo. Othanzia. God, I can never remember which is the region and which is the continent. It's either Othanzia or Asilra is up here. And then Marquette is down here. And there's the Hespit Archipelago, which contains the Glintshore. And Vestra is near the Hespit Archipelago. So we do know that they are relatively close to each other. Othanzia is the region, Asilra is the continent. That's right. Asilra. So Asilra up here, Marquette down here, Taldore over here. Yeah. Wasn't that just Matt going, I already gave you his name, it's Yank, that's all you need? Then why does the Sphinx come up? Like, the actual quote is, the path you walked to the Sphinx gave you what you need. Stay alive. Up until that point, there's absolutely zero connection between the Raven Queen and the Sphinxes. Like less than zero. They are not connected in any way. Osisa is connected to Ioun. And I guess secondhand, Ioun is connected to the Raven Queen. But Osisa and Kamalja Ori are not connected to the Raven Queen. They are connected to Ioun and the elements, because Osisa uses a Heartstone. I think they call it Heart Glass at that point in the campaign. And Kamalja Ori has an entire elemental dungeon with a poem that seems to allude to the elements. So that's the thing that has always been weird to me about that statement, is this is the first time that the Raven Queen has ever drawn any sort of correlation to the Sphinxes. The Sphinxes did not give Vox... I guess they gave Vox the name of Yank. But even that wouldn't be the path you walked. It would just be the Sphinxes gave you what you need. Or the Sphinx. Kamal. And again, her like phrasing it similarly. I mean, I guess that could be all that she means, is that the path you walked ultimately gave you what you need for Kamalja Ori to give you the name Yank, which will let you summon him. And I mean, I can buy that, you know, Matt was just kind of phrasing it poetically, but I don't know. It just seems so strange. So strange. Stop running to the Raven Queen every time you have a puzzle. Well, that's fair. But I don't know. Poetic language, as he didn't just want to outright say, I already gave you the true name. Yeah. And sometimes poetic language is just strange. But it just seems like a strange way to phrase the poetic language. But it could be the case. It could be the case. It still draws a big question mark to me about why the Sphinxes are elementally oriented in the first place. To, you know, put that out there. And I mean, you know, the only thing So there is Sphinx Mountain. But there's also the Frost Weald right here, which itself seems like it has some sort of elemental fuckery. But it also has a Feywild portal. It also does have a Feywild portal. And within the same region, it also has an Ioun obelisk. Now, I've always taken the Ioun obelisk that was in the Frost Weald as related to Sphinx Mountain, because that's definitely the way that Vox experienced it. But Yugg-Varil, I have always assumed that Kavarn created the portal to the Far Realm. I've always assumed that the portal to the Far Realm that they found in Yugg-Varil, or in the cavern around Yugg-Varil, was created by Kavarn. But honestly, if it was, I don't know why it's still open. I just assumed he roamed through it. Well, I'm starting to consider that, Jonathan, because that could explain why there are seemingly two Ziggurats within very close proximity to each other. If I'm going on like a 1-to-1 pattern match of like the Pyra has the Vasselheim Ziggurat, the Terra has the Whitestone Ziggurat, the Zephyra has Sphinx Mountain, the Vesra has the Glint Shore. If I'm trying to go on a 1-to-1, it seems a little bit odd that the Terra would have two, especially if their energy is getting diluted. But it might not be that at all. It might be that the Yugg-Varil Ziggurat is for the Far Realm. So this is the Ioun Ziggurat, we'll say Far Realm. I'm trying to think of any other possible locations for any sort of Ioun temple that I've even guessed at. Or a planar boundary that I've guessed at. And honestly, the only other one that I have considered for a potential like location for either a Ziggurat or like a planar boundary thing is oh god, I was about to say Vanuatu. It's not Vanuatu. It's Viscon. And Viscon has the weird effect about it. Right? The Viscon. And I've always wondered to myself, where's the Shadowfell? Where's the Shadowfell? Where's the Shadowfell? I'm not even going to go look it up because I know that that Viscon has this special quality to it, right? So the Pyra portal emanates this energy that creates volcanoes. The water portal emanates this energy that creates that creates the coral. The Terra energy, in my opinion, seems to be getting siphoned to create the Whitestone. Siphon A. The Ziggurat, or the Zephyra portal. I mean, the Zephyra portal might create the storms that give the Stormcrest their name. Hey, we'll go with that. the Yugg-Viril Far Realm portal provides an ideal location for mind flayers and a mind flayer colony. And if there is a Ziggurat on Viscon, which I theorized about, and they did not explore a lot of Viscon. In fact, the dirt on the way in, remember when they were walking into Viscon, and Matt described something really odd about the dirt, which is that it was implied to have this big cavern underneath it, right? So they got to Viscon, and then they went past Big Rock, Love, Life, Liberty, hell yeah. And then they went in to the mountain on Viscon. But they never really diverted back this way, right? I mean, at one point, they sort of spiraled downward, but it was never really narrated that they went back this way. But there did seem to be, as they kept going, and then there was the chasm, and then they kept going all the way to the Raishan lab. Or the Necromancer lab, we'll call it. But it seems that when the Ziggurats are built underground, they seem to have at least historically hollowed out these huge caverns for them. Like, the Whitestone Ziggurat is built in a giant cavern. I don't think it was implied, at least, that the Briarwoods, hollowed out the cavern around the Ziggurat. Osisa's Ziggurat is underneath Vasselheim in this big... I don't think it was implied to be as big as Whitestone's, but in a sizable cavern underneath the Slayer's Take. We never got any sort of description of what this sort of missing cavern that was described on Viscon. We never got an indication as to what it had in it. Could it be that it had a Ziggurat? And could it be that the reason that it had this cavern and this Ziggurat, and the reason that Necromancer Boy settled here, and the reason that the island has this necromantic emanation, could it be that it's because somewhere in here is a portal to the Shadowfell? Is a Shadowfell portal. Now that would sort of mess with my theory of Vecna and what's his face? The Chained Oblivion, cutting off the Shadowfell. That would sort of mess with my theory. And I don't know why the Briarwoods would go to Whitestone if there's a Shadowfell portal over on Viscon. That's assuming that Vecna's at the Shadowfell portal. It could be as simple. The only reason I'm assuming that Vecna and the other guy, the Chained Oblivion, the only reason that I was assuming that they were in the Shadowfell is specifically because the Shadowfell has been absent from the narrative up to this point. But maybe it hasn't been absent from the narrative. Maybe Viscon is the location of both the Ziggurat, or a Ziggurat, in the caverns underneath that were definitely established, as well as a Shadowfell portal, which is why Viscon has this weird, unique emanation. It could even, this is even more of a stretch, but it could provide some amount of rationale as to if there's, say, a ley line emanating from Viscon to the mainland, maybe connecting up to Whitestone. It could explain why there was, this big necromantic tomb on the south of Taldore that Care talked about. I mean, I wouldn't really consider that evidence, but it would at least match if this is correct. And if the ley lines are able to siphon off the planar energy, like I'm implying that they might be able to with the Terra. The random Vanuatu viewer of Mega is going to be so happy to hear their country's name. I love Vanuatu. Hell yeah. Psychic Xandria is loaded with tons of portals, and you can't build a ziggurat without it being close to a portal. Well, that's kind of my kind of thought process. Is it seems possible to me that all of the ziggurats are built near these planar portals for some reason or another. And that is possibly why the Briarwoods needed to come to Whitestone, is to get access to one of these ziggurats, and the way in which they corrupted it, because we don't really know how they, like, quote unquote corrupted the ziggurat. What we know of what they, did to it is that they, like, kind of covered it in residuum, it sounds like, or at least enhanced it with more residuum. And then they had all of, like, the bodies at the top and the altar. But it's not entirely clear which part of that was the corruption. And it seems to me possible that corrupting a ziggurat is like aiming it at a plane that it's not supposed to be aimed at. Like, the Whitestone ziggurat is supposed to be, like, aimed at the plane of Earth. It's attuned to the Earth plane by all the Whitestone nearby. In fact, that could be why the Ioun Temple needs to be in Whitestone, is because the Whitestone, the product of the planar portal, is in Whitestone. Possibly. I don't know. And then by the process of corrupting it, that's why they had to, like, melt down the Whitestone into its base form of residuum, get rid of all the earth sort of taint, I suppose. Break residuum down into its basic form, and then you can aim the ziggurat at a different location. Once you've corrupted the Sun Tree and blocked out the influence of the rest of Whitestone, of the material, by shielding the ziggurat in residuum, then you can aim the ziggurat at wherever you want. This is interesting. And the thing that kind of caught my attention over the break that started me down this path, it says that a lot of energy was being placed at this location by an arcane ley line, a nexus point, near and above Whitestone, hence the Sun Tree's placement and flourishing. Now, that obviously could be elemental energy, or it could be just a general arcane energy, but it's a slightly strange way to phrase it, which we've just, had the whole conversation about Matt phrasing things. Take this one with a grain of salt. But this is what started me down this kind of path, is my sort of conception of ley lines is generally them not really as, like, a tube that then just, like, spits out energy, but as a flow of energy. Like, I guess to put it in more generic terms, I always think about ley lines not as the river or riverbed that water cuts out. I think of ley lines as the water, like as what we would think of as the river. And it's an apt comparison for me, because I think that we often conflate the channel that a river flows through and the water. Like, we conflate those two things into one thing, the river. But I do wonder in this case, is the ley line that is placing the energy, right? Is that the container, the channel of essentially like earth and dirt in the river analogy that the energy is flowing through, or is it the water itself? Because I'm picturing this right now as the ley line is the water, and there is some other essentially liquid substance that is being injected or is leaking into the water. There's basically fucking pollution that is leaking into the water, and the water is carrying the pollution downstream. So the Terra portal is going whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Terra portal is basically a fucking is basically a factory that is dumping all of its waste into the nearby river, because that's just the place that it wants to go. And so then the river takes some of this energy and carries it downstream with it until it hits the Whitestone Nexus, which, sure, probably has some ley lines moving out of it, but it also has the Sun Tree sucking up all of the energy. It's going to suck up a lot of that Terra energy as well. And if my analogy is correct, if the ley line is the water in the analogy, not the channel that the water flows through, then that is exactly what Riskel is telling us here. Riskel is telling us a lot of energy was being placed at this location by an arcane ley line. If the arcane ley line is the water, is the like arcane energy in this analogy, the thing that like drives the weave, I guess, then the energy that is separate from that would have to be something else, like the Terra energy. Hence the Sun Tree's placement in Infiltration. Also, I mean, the Terra energy making the Sun Tree makes total sense to me. And I mean, holy shit. I just had a little bit of a dark thought that, you know, in that case, we saw the Vesra have this ritual of when Vox Machina comes to town and accomplishes something, that they hang things on the coral tree, and the Zephyr also hang things on the Whitestone, or on the Zephyr tree when Vox comes to town. Maybe the Terra didn't do it, but someone hung something on the Sun Tree. So anyways, there's also that. Yup. Anyways, so that is that, yup. Anyways, so that's... It's very interesting to me. It's very interesting to me. And that would be a reasonable explanation to me as to why Whitestone is so special. Because the implication of having ley lines in your world is that they would have a nexus in more than one place. Like, I'm sure that there are nexi, in other locations around the world, but none of those other locations produce Whitestone. Whitestone that seems similar to the water portal lodestones. So it seems very And the fact that it also affects the beasts. I mean, we the Kraken wanting to come to the water portal and feed on the beasts that are attracted by the energy of the water portal seems to draw a pretty direct line between the Vestra and the Grey Hunt. You know, in fact, I think Rainbow Dragon just came to maybe the same thought that I did about the 6 locations, the 6 ways in which the ley lines spiral off. That draws a pretty direct comparison to 6 planar portals, 4 elemental planes, the Shadowfell, and the Feywild. Honestly, that only feels a little bit off to me. Only because, to me, there would be some amount of implication there that the locations should be more evenly distributed. But they're not. The Feywild portal is very near the air plane portal, the Far Realm, and the Terra. And I mean, that also would knock the Far Realm out of consideration. Although I'm giving less weight to the Far Realm aspect of this, again, because it's from more like pre-stream. Or it's not pre-stream, but it's from the Underdark arc. So I'm not giving it as heavy of consideration. It's weird because that does really fit with the rest of the theory, but it draws a weird emphasis on Wildmount, which is the largest continent and seemingly would have the least natural access to ley lines and like magical energy. I mean, it could be a fucking cosmic quirk of the crafting of Exandria and the continents, and that could give Wildmount a whole complex that would be interesting from a cultural perspective. I don't know. I'm going to be looking out for maybe evidence of that. Could be no ley lines near Viscon to go with your theory as to why the Briarwoods wanted Whitestone? Possibly. Asked about this. That's the sundry about ley lines in episode 20. Matt describes his feeling light, fuzzy blue, almost like a mist energy, like a particle energy that is coalesced around Whitestone and above it and shoots off in 6 different directions. Yeah. 6 is a very specific number. He didn't have to say a number. He didn't. And I agree. And it's so... And he does describe one, but he describes one as going north. Although... we also have to keep in mind that it seems like he didn't have the map as firmly in his head and or the map underwent revisions, because he also kind of describes Wildmount as being north, which it isn't really, and Othanzia as being like northeast, which Othanzia kind of is. But it could be that in his mind, both Wildmount and Othanzia are much, much, much further north. And I mean, fuck, even parts of these could be Othanzia or Wildmount. I was considering these as like Arctic sort of continents, or land masses. But it could be that when Matt gave that description of them going north and one going across the ocean, that the map wasn't quite as firm in his mind, or maybe something changed about it. So I'm not going to necessarily rule that part out, because it does seem plausible, at the very least. Maybe Wildmount is more associated with the Outer Planes and has those ley lines? Potentially. Although then it draws a sort of... Well, because in what the Because the Marquette mainland also doesn't have any planar portals. It's only the archipelago and the ocean outside of Marquette. So it could be that the Ioun temples and the planar portals and all of these things were established around the First War sort of era, because we know that the Ziggurat existed pre-Whitestone. But then we know that Pelor left after the Sun Tree was already there. The Sun Tree remembers a time when Pelor was around and after he was around. And the Sun Tree talks about how it's lonely now. So Whitestone was established pre-Second War. Which actually, or I guess we should be more specific, pre-Divergence. Which is a consideration. That is a consideration for Whitestone's place in general. And it also calls into question Vasselheim's claim of like being the cradle of civilization and the thing to survive the sparks. Because Whitestone's personal myth says that Pelor planted the Sun Tree when, like, around when the settlers got there. I believe. Oh, I actually don't know that specifically. Do we know Whitestone was there, or just a tree? It might have just been the tree. You know, it might have just been the tree. I think the Sun Tree is most likely referring to Divergence. Pelor's grace left this place. He was here in bits and pieces. But when I was first taking seed, the gods were much more present, easier to read, kind of lonely nowadays. I think the Sun Tree is mostly referring to the Divergence. It could just be the tree. I believe, if my memory serves, part of Whitestone's founding myth is that Pelor planted the Sun Tree at the same time that the settlers got there. But that could just be myth making. It could be that they found the Sun Tree there and settled around it. Because the idea that Pelor, you know, it's essentially the same founding myth as Hammerfell from the Elder Scrolls, where the famous hero, it wasn't Lorcan. I can't remember which hero it was. But he swung and threw his hammer and said, wherever the hammer falls, we will settle there. And the hammer fell in the region of Hammerfell, and that's where the Redguard settled, I think. Some peoples settled. And so it could be a similar myth-making process for Whitestone in, okay, Pelor planted the seed to let us know where to settle, but really the original Whitestone settlers, post-Second Spark, settled around the Sun Tree. And according to my notes, I don't know where the fuck I got this, but I'm sure it's a really specific number for me to just pull out. The Ziggurat under Whitestone is at least 600 years old. Now, at least is a broad term. Could be pre or post Second Spark. Man, I don't know. But I was all bringing that back to like Whitestone having more connections to the outer planes. And that could be the case with like both Marquette and Wildmount, because those are the two places that we seem to have evidence of like active necromancy. And like, which is the thing that kicked off the Second War, which is what ultimately established the outer planes. And so it could be that these wars were a little bit more localized in the histories than maybe it's made to seem. especially from the perspective of someone like Vasselheim. It could be that the primordial wars, the first wars, and the second wars, the arcane wars, were less of these like worldwide phenomena and worldwide banding together wars. And it could even help to explain some of the weirdness that we were talking about around how the betrayer gods are described in different myths. Some of the myths describe the betrayer gods as always having beef between the betrayer gods and the divine gods, even as far back as the founding, which is pre-First War. If the First War and the Second War aren't quite as separate as they were maybe made out to be, and the Age of Arcanum is maybe more of a localized phenomena, in the same way that, like, you know, the Renaissance, and the way that we would talk about the Renaissance and the effects of the Renaissance were not occurring in Mesoamerica, right? It could be that something similar was going on with Tal'Dorei and Isilra, dealing mostly with primordial threats, seemingly because they have this natural, they just have these portals. And possibly Marquette and Wildmount dealing with these arcane threats, which is why no one really talks all that much about necromancy. Like, they kind of talk about it in Tal'Dorei, but not like they seem to talk about it, and it seems to be affiliated with Marquette and Wildmount. And it could even draw back to some historical roots about the beef of Vasselheim with, like, between divine and elemental magic, which is a little bit kind of weird when we look at the histories. Seems like they should have them being so close to the Pyra. It's all just like a little like, really? Elemental stuff specifically? They've never mentioned necromancy before. At least, unless it was in relation to like the Raven Queen and her beefs. But in terms of like the continents that are close to each other, I mean, they're relatively close, especially compared to, it sounds like this corridor between Wildmount and Tal'Dorei is incredibly treacherous. And most of Isilra, most of Isilra is like monster-infested wilderness. And most of Marquette is very, very, it's desert. It's very barren. However, the Hesped Archipelago would mean that it's maybe more possible for there to be cross-communication between these two landmasses, but not in a way to actually merge their cultures, just in a way to make them aware of their other cultures. And if Marquette is much more like kind of arcanely attuned, and those are the issues that they're dealing with. And Vasselheim is much more like Isilra is much more primordially attuned, but also Isilra is, again, a treacherous wilderness. It seems incredibly plausible that in the same way that you have giants coming out of the wilderness and coming to attack your city in Vasselheim, if you have the Fireplane portal right there, the one that seems the most unstable of all of the portals we've looked at, super possible that it's been leaking for longer than any of the other portals have. And so back before the establishment of the Ashari to maybe guard and stabilize said portals, seems very possible that Vasselheim was getting hit not just with generic wilderness monsters and beasts, but also elementally oriented beasts, fire plane specifically. And I mean, not even to get too metaphorical about it, but their really close proximity to the volcanoes generated by the elemental portal to the elemental plane could easily create these really strong local mythoses around what what the threats outside of the walls are. Right? The threats outside of the walls are dangerous monsters, elementally attuned monsters, and the elements themselves. Every time the volcano erupts, you get proven right. It's a divine sign. And it's a warning to fear the fire. And Vasselheim grew all of this extreme faith due to these environmental pressures, these extreme environmental pressures. They're having to deal with so much more than the average city. So they develop superstitions. Superstitions turn into mystery cults, turn into rituals, turn into religions. If you have active volcanoes across your entire history that never seem to turn off for some reason, and even as you progress into the more modern era, you go and look around up in the volcanoes and you find a portal to the elemental planes, and you discover that the elemental plane of fire is the reason for your very tough life. It's not even a leap to consider how the hatred, or at least suspicion, of elementalists sort of cropped up within Vasselheim, where it seems to not have cropped up anywhere else. Whoa, that's fun. That's very cool. Yeah. It appears to be at least 600 years old, predating Whitestone's construction. Oh, yeah, you're right. It predates Whitestone's construction, which we know is post, 600 years is post-divergence. So it seems like the Sun Tree has absolutely been there before Whitestone then. Absolutely. Briarwoods were kicked out of Wildmount for necromancy, according to Assume. Exactly. So it could be that the First and Second War and the Age of Arcanum are not these worldwide events. They are more localized skirmishes. The First War is more akin to a crusade, right? It's not this situation that Wildmount or Marquette even had to deal with. They didn't have a First War. They just had the Second War. But it's possible that the Second War might have legitimately happened later in the timeline. Still might have been a localized event to Wildmount or Marquette, but by that time there might have been a little bit more communication between the continents, maybe a little bit more involvement. I mean, it seems that they were able to banish what's-his-face. They were able to banish Opash to Viscon. So they must have had sea travel at that point. So it is, again, it's super duper possible that they had that by then, but that these wars were still very localized. Again, not these like worldwide things. I think you should write a book. That's what this series is. That's what this series is. Would explain why it's near the pirate and the home of White Dragon, Fire and Ice. There's at least something there. I'm glad that you're feeling better, Fat Yoshi. I'm glad you're feeling better, doing better. That's really sick. I'm glad. That's very cool. Hell yeah. I think love this theory stream with a side of F91. God, it has been like 5 hours, hadn't it? I don't know. I feel like I'm getting into something. And there is. And now the question. is how does this relate into Vecna? Why do... I mean, if Wildmount does have farplane portals, why would they need to come to Wildmount? Is there something special? I mean, there is something special about Wildmount. Or not Wildmount. Whitestone. I mean, it could just be as simple as the Briarwoods were going to set up in Wildmount, and then people got wind of what they were doing and exiled them, and Whitestone was just the closest place that they could take over, with the benefit of it being very isolated and seemingly not having an explicit guardian. Or at least any guardian that it did have was in the way of the Durolos, which they clearly rolled over. Had there been 6 people on the tables before? Yes. They were waiting for Winter's Crest to do the ritual. Yeah, but why did they take over Whitestone in the first place? Because they took over Whitestone years before. Why not somewhere else? And it could be, again, it could be just as simple as Whitestone was the closest place that was the easiest to take over compared to the other portal sites. You know, Vasselheim isn't going to stand them being nearby in the Pyra. There's no way to establish a long-term presence, really, around the Zephyra portal or the Vestra portal, honestly. In fact, that might be the entire reason that Whitestone was chosen. It might not have anything to do with anything other than the fact that Whitestone was the easiest portal to set up a long-term occupation around out of all of their options. I mean, especially with whatever generates the Whitestone, whatever process that is, it seems a lot easier to mine and dilute Whitestone than it would be to gather and refine lodestones on the coral of Vestra. Interesting. I feel like things might be clicking into place a little bit. They did mention needing to use the Whitestone. Yeah. I mean, they're refining it into the residuum. And what I'm getting implied is that probably all of the planes have a material of some sort. But, I mean, it makes intuitive sense to me as a world builder that the Terra, the Earth portal, would produce the material that is the easiest to access, that is the easiest to refine, probably, even. This is the most stable. Kyber crystals. I get it. A D&D pinball machine? I have not. I do like pinball, though. I like pinball a lot. It's really fun. It's like the main thing I play if I go to an arcade.
3 beasts or 3 beasts?
Look, my light up 20 just lit up for no reason as we were talking about.
It's
I
a
think
sign.
Very well.
It'll be a lovely Winter's Crest. We haven't had a master or mistress of the Grey Hunt in many, many, many years.
So what are you going to do when we take a break, Percy? You
I
still haven't answered the question?
Don't know. I mean, I think I'm going home. I think. I'm going home. There will be work to do there.
Don't look at me.
And,
I mean, even more, the master or mistress... this isn't going to be long, I swear. The master or the mistress of the Grey Hunt seems to occupy, in how Percy described it, seems to occupy a very similar role to an Ashari leader.
I have plans for my city. I have plans for the people. I want to make it great again. I want to make it shining, beautiful, comfortable for everyone.
You know, I might need your help. I have a few ideas for the Ashari tribes as well.
I think that would be an excellent thing for our 2 people to communicate very regularly.
I think they need to.
I think they must.
Can you help me build some sort of maybe like alarm system?
That sounds very expensive. I'm not sure that that's possible. Yes, of course I can help you with something like that.
But with taxpayers' money.
It'll
Also
be-
something else you use
It'll
on
be a
me.
string on a bell. You're learning so well.
Just 2 cups on
Can
a
we go
string.
to bed?
maybe? Yeah, let's do that.
Are we all sleeping in this hut, or do we have separate huts? We're all sleeping in this hut, aren't we?
Welcome to your yurt.
Is it all water outside still? Like a little bit of water on the ground? No, we're not
It's
there
wind.
anymore.
It's windy.
Grog
We're
is
up on a
very
cliff.
drunk at this point.
There's so much water outside.
How long ago?
You guys do have a separate places to stay. People clear out and cluster. You have your own locations.
Why does it smell like mayo?
That's
Tasty
gross.
choice.
It is mayo! Take that!
He's just been drinking mayo.
Oh, just
That is vile!
That's probably not
That's
kept
so
well.
gross. Okay. All right.
Right.
Good night, lovely people.
You guys rest for the evening. The morning comes with your mayo hangover.
It's so pure it never leaves the hangover.
Definitely cuts the mustard.
This morning comes around. You welcome to consciousness. The village of Zephyr has already come to life. You can see the townspeople are up and about. They're handling their business. The gardens are being tended to. You can see the Wind Riders are already out, leaping from mountain peak to mountain peak, doing their perimeters in the vicinity. The children are up and being led to their various outdoor classes. The city's alive, and you guys, your business is your own.
I get information on that gardener and where to find him. Or them.
He's
or
in a
she, or
library.
he, or I
Right.
don't know who they are.
It's easy enough to find. In this city in particular, a tiefling sticks out like a sore thumb. You see a woman, probably in her. It's hard to tell the tiefling. Demon don't crack. But she's a little older. She's in her 40s, probably. Dark purple skin. The horns kind of curl backward and come to almost a singular point behind.
Oh, cool.
And the dark hair kind of shifts in streaks of gray. But she's in the middle of looks to be gloves on in the process of checking in and planting more seeds. And
Do I know her name? Did I get a name?
Yeah, this is Whitney.
Whitney.
Yeah,
I've tagged along, by the way.
Okay.
not her given name, but the name she chose when she joined the Zephyr.
Sure. Okay.
You've interfaced here and there, but nothing too. I mean, you were very young, and you were still kind of, last year in the village, you were being pushed towards this place of greatness. So a lot of people didn't interact with you directly too much. But you've seen her around.
When we were like kitties? Oh no, but she
was
could be
older,
forever.
yeah.
Okay.
As you approach, she kind of stops and kind of wipes the dust from her hands and turns. My lady Keelit, I'm sorry. And she kind of stands up and does like a.
Don't
small-
do the bowing thing. I've always been uncomfortable with it. Don't.
I didn't really know
No,
what
it's
to
no,
do.
don't. It's fine. No, you're fine. You're great. Hi.
Hi.
Good to see you.
You as well. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. I was just wondering if I could actually just ask you a few questions on behalf of everybody.
Certainly. What can I do to help?
Okay. I don't know if this is a sensitive subject or not. I know you've kind of been away from this for a little bit, but it seems me and my team are going to the Nine Hells, to the city of Dis. And yeah, no, I know. We all had the same reaction. I didn't know if you could actually help me with any infernal language or any knowledge that might help, or if you so know the language.
I've not had to use it in a very long time. I don't know much about what you're talking about. I've lived in it here and Mercer my whole life. So I don't know what else I can offer. As far as I can read a little infernal, and if I understand it, if I hear it, I haven't really had to speak it in a while. What do you need?
Well, we were thinking of going in under disguise as potentially a tiefling, since they are more common there.
Alright.
So I didn't know if you could share any basics of your language.
What do you want to know?
Hello, goodbye, thanks, sorry, left, right.
All right. And she kind of takes a minute and has to scratch her head. You can see she's like, it's been a long time since she's ever had to exercise her.
Do you want to take
infernal
us over
speaking muscle.
breakfast? We'd be more than happy to buy you
I'm all right.
breakfast.
I'm all right. I'm in the middle of my work here. Okay, for a greeting. I mean, as much as there is one, it's a pretty abrupt. And if you weren't keeping tabs on this, it's pronounced Kuthak.
Kuthak.
It is funny regarding our conversation from earlier in the stream about how the table is very character focused. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm not sure that there is a infernal to common dictionary of any kind. I doubt it. But it is interesting to go to this random gardener rather than like a library if the only thing you want to learn are basic phrases. And it's funny that it's not even that ridiculous. Like I don't think it's like even remotely out of the realm of possibility. I think it's very reasonable for them to choose to do that rather than to try to find the book. But I don't even think they considered trying to look up like an infernal translated book or a list of common infernal, phrases or anything. They just immediately were like, well, let's go find someone. And I think in their heads, they didn't quite think through the fact that the person wouldn't be able to come with them. And so now Keyleth is in the situation where she's like, oh shit, yeah, you're not going to come with us to the hells. Like, I guess. Well, the gardener speaks the language, then why not? I mean, to be fair, they didn't know that the gardener spoke the language. They were implying based on the fact that she's a tiefling. If I wanted to learn it, Spanish, I'd find a Spanish-speaking grandma. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. They also only have, like, an afternoon or a morning, I guess, in this case. If you wanted to actually learn the language, that's very fair. But it is just funny. To be fair, the most easily accessible libraries to them right now are high-level spells anyways, away. I mean, hey, like I said, it's all fair. It's just very funny given what we were talking about earlier of them being so people-focused rather than alternatives.
Kuthak.
I'm going to say that over and over again now. Kuthak.
Yeah, it does. Sounds like Kunak.
Kuthak.
Kuthak. Okay, cool.
Emphasis on thok.
Kuthak. You're right.
Goodbye is very similar. Kuthrek.
Kuthrek.
But it's usually said in very forceful manner. Goodbyes outside of it's usually a very stern separation.
Sure.
What else did you?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm Lady Keyleth's friend, and not like that.
No, sorry, I saw the hesitation and it was cute. Keep going.
We
Don't. Yeah.
you grew up here, so I don't know if this means anything to you, but we are searching for a Rakshasa. Do you know what that is?
I'm afraid I do not.
No.
Look, it's all right. I understand. Many people just assume because of the way I look that I know a lot about. devils
No,
and
no, no,
demons.
no.
But I really don't. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah,
I
we're
just,
kind of grasping at straws. Sorry, I hope we didn't offend.
No offense taken. Just I wish I could be more. I'm sorry. Any other phrases?
I mean, maybe like a yes and a no. And then we'll totally leave you to your work because I feel like I've totally interrupted like your flow, and I'm so sorry.
So it's okay.
Yeah.
You're allowed to. You're the voice of the Tempest. For goodness sake.
Doesn't excuse me from human decency.
Fair enough. Yes, or an acknowledgement is more of a yai.
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 Yai. Is that
Episode
right?
91, where we forced him to make up an entire language on the spot.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
This is so wonderfully Dr. Doolittle.
Yes.
Nice.
Yai.
Night.
And then
Wait for it.
Ermagerd.
Sure, that's it now, guys.
No! Damn it, Liam!
No,
I'm right
no,
there.
he's not. No,
No, come on, really?
No, he's not.
Ermagerd.
Oh my god.
I hate you.
That's canon.
This is fair.
Ermagerd.
What's
Go
that,
in the book.
Mr.
Go
What's
in
that,
the
Mr.
book
Disco? Who do you hate?
No.
Oh, God, you're so...
Thanks a lot, Liam.
You and she are the so-called Tempest.
You're welcome.
I'm not gonna ask her any questions, but she's a fucking felon on the run from the hells. You're just gonna let her go away.
She's not a felon on the run.
She
I've
says-
known her since I was a child.
No, you're
We're not
cool,
here,
you're
so don't worry. We're
blind.
not having a conversation.
You're a mass murderer.
It's
and
fine if
you're
you were here. I wouldn't
But
listen to why this.
she's a peaceful fucking gardener for the past 20
It's a
years.
great
Past
cover.
20
Speaking of
years.
which, do you know what's the word for peace? Is there a word for peace? Do you know?
Not that I know of.
All right. Shit, this
Nine
was
Hells.
not
Is
very
there a
fruitful.
word for thank you? Do they thank people there? Do they
It's similar
feel
to
thanks?
goodbye.
Could be similar to goodbye.
Is it more or less forceful?
About the same. It can mean both.
Okay.
Can be both.
Like an inflection thing?
Well, it's more like a, you know, aloha could be hello everybody.
Right.
You know.
Right.
Oh.
I feel like we've hassled this.
Yeah,
morning.
no, I feel bad.
How to say don't fuck with me.
It's a bit of a
Whitney.
complicated phrase for someone who barely knows
Thank
how to
you
say hi and bye.
so much for
Woman is
us
not here.
interrupting your
Ermagerd.
morning. Is there anything you would like from me in return?
Just to leave me to my gardening, if that's okay.
Yeah, we can be
Yeah.
annoying sometimes.
Yeah.
She's got more people to bury.
Great to see you. It's great to see you again.
You as well.
Man, so good to be home. Okay, let's go. Vax.
As you start walking away, that kind of awkward, quiet, you hear say over your shoulder. Good luck.
Thanks. I don't look back out of embarrassment.
Okay.
But
Voice of the Tempest, motherfuckers!
Correct.
First act of being king.
I don't know if I said that
Kuthrek.
right.
Oh my God.
Kuthrek.
I just said-
Kuthrek.
I just said tangerine.
It's
and
Yeah.
Kuthak.
Oh my God.
Kuthrak. Yai and Ermagerd.
What is it?
Ermagerd.
Mordor.
Yeah, I got
Round
it's
and
around
round.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Mordor.
Mordor.
oh.
Yeah.
We've all suffered those pronunciations.
Inside baseball.
Make it the last word of our sentence line. Mordor.
Mordor. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Voice acting, lamenting. So,
Metamucil.
Open your portal. to the
that's a
mind.
6th level spell. So, what do you guys want to do?
Regular.
I think it's. Are we gonna just do this?
How did it go? Did you learn everything?
You know, it went about as well as one could expect.
I expected it to go pretty
Not so
fucking well.
good.
Yeah, you,
Did you learn all of the language?
I totally learned all the language in one 15-minute setting of annoying.
Well, tell us what you learned so that we
Okay.
can speak it too.
Hello.
No.
Hello. Kuthak.
Kuthak.
Kuthak. Got it.
Thuk. Yeah.
Kuthak.
Emphasis on thuk.
Got it.
Goodbye.
It's Cusack.
Close. Close. Kuthrek.
Kuthak.
That's what he said.
Check.
Yes. Yai.
Yai.
Yay!
Yay.
Yai.
Yeah.
It's like yay, only like kind of weird.
Yai.
Yeah. Yai.
Yeah.
And
So
then
excited for this.
no is Urmagerd.
Got it.
It's impressive that no is the most
The
complicated
So
one. I know.
how do you say do you speak common?
She wasn't really.
I think probably do speak common.
Oh well, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you got.
It's remarkable.
She didn't remember a whole lot. She's been living amongst us for quite a while. In fact, she never lived in the Nine Hells because apparently that was maybe vaguely offensive.
Well,
Did you believe
yeah.
her?
She kills at night.
She's yes, I've known her
What's
for
her
a
last name?
while.
What's her mother's name?
What's her mother's name?
No, I'm calling that one.
She's coming
Did
with
you
us.
learn
Well,
how to
she's a part of the
say,
Ashari,
leave us
so-
alone? Did you learn how to say, leave us alone?
She wasn't very good on
Oh my God.
phrasing.
That works.
It was just words.
Just words.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
I will
she's
say
a
yes,
sort
no,
of-
please, and thank you can get you through an enormous amount of transactions. with
Well, we
many
don't have
different
please
people.
and thank you because apparently
It's
they're-
the Nine fucking hells.
Yeah.
Nobody says please and thank
Yeah,
you.
they're not.
So yes and no
polite.
gets
So
you
we
through
have
an
yes
awful
or
If
lot.
a horrible devil is bearing down on you to kill you, you just say,
no. It's like equivalent of the Shia LaBeouf. No. Okay.
Oh
This is great.
So excited.
We
for
are
this.
stalling.
This is going great.
I know.
We're totally stalling.
All
All
right,
right,
we should probably go.
Yeah,
go.
How do we feel about kidnapping the 9-year-old
You hear
tiefling?
the
We
tearing of
should
paper
go-
behind you as Darian takes a sheet from Doty's book and it's not Urimagud. Urimagud. I'm practicing.
Get it out of your system now, because when we get over there, you should probably keep
You've
it.
got to be like so cool.
Yeah.
You've got to be the
And
coolest.
if that means not talking, that's what it's got to be, alright?
Terry, do you remember how dangerous the Kraken was?
Yes, but we
This-
still prevailed.
This
You've
is
done-
like
7.
this is like 7 times more dangerous.
Easily.
Yeah. Everybody's a Kraken there, more or less.
City of Krakens.
Well, do we all have to go?
Only if you want to become, you know, a full-fledged, permanent, into the histories member of Vox Machina.
Is that on the table?
Then I accept.
Wise
It is
choice.
now.
A wise choice. It's only like part of it.
This is assuming that we're going to survive, to be fair. So
I know, we could all die.
it's a lot of assumption. Oh, any of us. Any.
What?
Nothing. It's
Let's
going to be
do
great.
this. Let's
Do you have a
build
will
this
made up?
city.
How do you even know that? No, never mind.
Don't worry about it. We'll get to that later.
The multiverse is large and wide.
All right. What's the plan?
Let's
Time
go
is a
to
flat
this
circle.
city.
We built this city on rock.
I will shave
Nope.
both of your heads.
Thank you. I'm behind this plan. It's a good plan.
Not in character.
That was a bad song.
All right, are we on?
Oh shit.
Are we on? Are we
I mean,
ready?
I was kind of joking, but sure, let's go. All right, what's this? What is this creepy?
Who dis?
weird-
We gotta who dis? We gotta hold
Are you
hands
above
and
me or
then.
below me?
I'm above you.
All right, and then.
Good job. Bamf, City of Dis.
As you all hold hands and you complete the ritual, the incantations leaving your lips, your vision suddenly grows dark as the magics of the spell pluck you from your home plane and thrust you into the space between.
God.
Before you, a glow begins as you rocket towards an unexpected and incredible sight. An endless, permeable tapestry, a tangled lattice of burning divine fire appears before you, writhing and growing as you shoot towards it with incredible speed. You instinctively wince and curl, the promise of impact triggering your need to defend yourself, the dread as the air begins to heat around you. Then you impact and pass through harmlessly, the heat fading. You glance over your shoulder to see it gone. You just pass through the divine gate.
The divine gate.
You glance over your shoulder to see it vanish, but then another flash of red magical power consumes your vision as your feet suddenly find hard ground. As the rush of powerful energy subside, the swirl of color and sudden thrust of movement coming to an abrupt halt, you find yourself standing within an extremely dark alleyway of some kind, framed by the exterior of dark stone buildings climbing up above you for many, many stories. The cracked, thick cobblestones that mark the floor are littered with filth, slivers of cracked skulls and bones, as well as discarded refuse of some indeterminate origin. The air here is extremely hot. The walls and floors themselves around you, seemingly the source. As you look, you glance out past both sides of this alleyway you've somehow arrived in, and the air distorts with intense heat as smoke rises from the streets themselves around you, the occasional ash or ember drifting through the air in front. Now, the dense city that surrounds you is incredibly massive. The walls of the structures that clutter the immense black metropolis around you glow at the edges like heated glass. As you kind of peek past and look further out, you can see the city is a broken maze of metal ramparts, built into miles of steep hillsides and shadowed towers framing an endless labyrinth of twisting alleyways. Now, within these streets, your eyes dart around to see dozens of molten, slithering masses of flesh just shifting past the mouth of the alleyway, roiling and stepping with sick slapping sound, their faces twisted into a grotesque look of ever-retching horror, the sound escaping like a wince with this underlying screech and scream. You see behind them cracking lashes over these masses of flesh, two large humanoid devils with spine-like protrusions that come jutting out of the sides of ash-white skin, pulled tight against a massive skeletal form. The backs of their bodies forming these gargantuan scorpion-like tails that dangle, looming dangerously in front of them. As they step forward, whoosh, whoosh, two more lashes go. You see these fleshy masses begin to clutter up again and move further past the exit to the alley as these bone devil-like creatures slowly crawl past. One of them kind of stops for a second and continues walking as you all hold your breath. A sudden horrid stench of decay fills the air as they pass. They hear them crackling in the distance as they shove along their tortured charges. As you kind of glance up past that, you see the sky now. Dozens of winged shadows seemingly glide through the air across a greenish, cloudy, barely lit sky that flashes with far distant cracks of lightning, occasionally brightening darker shapes, larger, looming in the distance. But one that draws your eye like a terrible dream, unable to look away upon noticing it, is an impossibly colossal tower of black iron and lead, seemingly stretching for hundreds of miles into the sky before vanishing into the dark clouded expanse above you. You blink and turn around to look at the other side of the horizon, but there stands the exact same tower. You shift around, and no matter your view of that horrid horizon, there stands the Iron Tower, the throne of the Archdevil Dispater, standing ever vigilant over his iron city of Dis. And that's where we're gonna take a break.
Gonna have to pee so bad.
Wait, I have a question.
Okay. Now, that just confirmed part of our cosmology theory. Where are you? Now you somehow arrived in Shubba-dubba-doo. Where is it? Impact through. You've just passed through the Divine Gate. Okay. Let's see, right here. Jumpa-dubba-doo. Because as John pointed out earlier, they've never been to a non-elemental, non-Feywild. Yeah, non-elemental, non-Feywild, non-like pocket dimension. And so now we have explicit confirmation, not even necessarily that the Hells are outside the Divine Gate, which we, could have at least implied, but more specifically that the elemental planes definitely are not outside the Divine Gate. Because we haven't just used the standard portals to get there. Because you could maybe rationalize that, the standard portals that are there, those will allow you to go through the Divine Gate without noticing it. But that's not what we've done. We've gone to the plane of fire via plane shift, and technically, Caleth has gone between the water plane and the material plane. So it does seem as though, and I believe that they went between the Feywild and the material plane. So it confirms for us that the Divine Gate is definitely not surrounding Feywild or any of the other elemental planes. They are all inside the Divine Gate, which is a little interesting. into the space between. An endless, permeable tapestry. A tangled lattice of burning divine fire. Yeah, okay. Very cool, very cool. I'll be back soon. Good luck. It's EP 35 Part 2, timestamp 52:15. Interesting bit of lore that I don't have in my notes. Oh, I'm fine with that. If you think it's something that I would find relevant, I'm fine with that. Let me see. 35 Part 2. Yeah, especially back in these days, I may or may not have been. Oh wait, this is 33 Part 2. Wait, no. This is definitely when my notes were more finicky. 52:15.
Lights have been lit and the lanterns have been brought to the center. You can see the sun tree in full before you.
I reach up and I put my hand on it. And I cast Commune with Nature.
Mm-hmm.
Do I gather anything?
What does commune with nature do in full?
Allows you to commune with nature.
Essentially.
Oh, look at that. First page you opened up to.
Oh!
Okay.
It's like a DM version of Natural 20.
That is. Except he does it all the time.
Okay, so which do you want to know of all the things that you can choose from?
Oh, what are my choices?
You can choose from terrain or bodies of water in the vicinity, prevalent plants, minerals, and...
I will also say, so this is in denouement. Okay, denouement.
Animals or peoples, powerful celestials, fae, fiends, or elementals or undead within 300 feet of it. Oh, sorry, within 3 miles of it. Influence from other planes of existence or buildings.
The influence of other planes in existence sounds promising.
Okay, you gain 3 facts. So, first off, you notice as you touch the sun tree and you cast the spell, whereas previously you felt...
Okay, wait. Do I even have a sun tree article? Sun tree. I don't. I have Bellord, the moon tree, and Whitestone. So Whitestone's about as good as I'm going to get. Yeah, okay.
Just dead wood and the lack of any presence. There is a small seed of life in the tree once again.
Denouement, that's right.
Sounds good.
And we'll call that the first one with a given.
Elemental plane
As
of
you
earth.
inquire about any other influence from planes of existence, you do sense that at least some element nearby relates to a realm of shadow.
That's obvious.
That's, yeah, sure, okay.
And what's the third one you want to know?
I mean, that's probably why I didn't write it down. But that is probably why I didn't write it down, but it is a bit more, it has taken on a new meaning. Specifically to be from a realm of shadow. And you know what? At the time, I was probably like, well, yeah, obviously the big spitting death orb is related to the Shadowfell. Of course. It probably just didn't stand out to me at the time, which I'm sure it's not standing out in the players' minds either. That like tiny little fact. But it does. It does. It does. Interesting. As you inquire about any other planes of existence, some element nearby. Elementals are undead within 300 feet of it, within 3 miles. Influence from other planes of existence. How is that actually worded? I want to see. Like, is she learning that about the sun tree, or is it just supposed to be about things within a radius of the sun tree? Commune with nature 5e. because I am curious. Of the land within 3 miles of you, in caves and other natural underground settings, the radius is limited to 30 feet. Interesting, okay. The spell doesn't function where nature has been replaced by construction, such as in dungeons and towns. Well, ooh. This is after the Death Orb. This is after the Death Orb. Denouement is post Race to the Ziggurat. So this is post the Death Orb's creation. You instantly gain knowledge of up to 3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects as they relate to the area. Terrains or bodies of water, powerful influence from other planes of existence. Now that is interesting. That is... Wait, what? The 5th edition... What is occultist? What is that? Am I crazy? What is this? I guess I'm on roll 20. Source free basic rules 2014, 2024. Is occultist still listed? What the fuck is that? Is that warlock? Druid ranger. I don't know what the fuck that was. Whatever. Okay. You instantly gain knowledge of up to 3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects as they relate to the area. As they relate to the area. That is interesting because that would at first sort of put me off of the possibility of there being elemental plane of earth influence here. But, I mean, that doesn't seem, or not that doesn't seem possible. It's more that there being a small source nearby of only plane of shadow influence sort of implies to me that the Sun Tree is, like, dead. You know what I'm saying? Didn't you mention about temples being pointed at the wrong place? Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Well, I don't know. My only kind of hesitation about it is that I feel like the White Stone itself would have, you know, would have carried this influence, right? Or would have been considered influence. So if we were to name all, if I were answering this question that Keyleth just asked, based on my current theory of what's going on, to me it feels like it should be this plane of shadow thing, and then also whatever realm Pelor is related to, or maybe not, and the Earth Elemental plane. But we didn't get either of these. Now, there is also something to be said about the fact that the siphon is sucking up all of the energy. There's like kind of like a null magic zone. So it could be that the ziggurat, or not the ziggurat, the siphon is absorbing. Sorry. It could be that the siphon is absorbing the influence of those other 2 planes. I think Matt wasn't aware of the underground radius is reduced as a part of the spell. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. That's interesting. Maybe obviously has the nose, but also this 35 one. And one of the last streams, May was wondering if there was even a plane of shadow in CR. Well, I will say this is a nice thing to point out because it's true. I just mentioned it earlier that there was a broad question in my mind in like, does the Shadowfell even exist? But this does seem to fit in with everything else. Wait.
Oh, I get a choice.
Yep.
I know I had a choice.
You don't have to ask anything else if you don't want to, if you got everything you wanted. But
I want to know if, God, so many options. Is it gonna be a good growing season this spring? Good crop's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good harvest moon.
Ask how it's feeling. Can you ask how it's
How is
feeling?
it feeling? Can I ask the tree how it's feeling? Can I be like, hey tree, how are you doing today?
that is very Keelan.
You doing all right? How do you feel between all this?
You
about all
sense
Hey, boo.
this? Hey boo.
you sense weariness, like something very old has been asleep for a very long time, has woken up.
Does it feel positive?
Positive.
Okay.
The sun tree seemingly kept at bay, locked away what bit of its life force it managed to maintain, had been contained for so long, and is now finally free.
Aww. And I just say, good morning, old friend.
You sense the tree saying, the sun just set. It's not morning.
I go, oh shit. And then I turn to Percy and I say, the tree talk to me.
In that ancient ways that trees talk.
You just had a smoke monster you were talking to. That hard to believe.
Morning.
Thank you.
I forgot about this.
I watched her walk up to the tree.
Oh no.
I followed.
That's funny. That's funny. Everything within a certain vicinity of this temple, of this dark spot, is eaten. And we know that these sorts of emanations are not uncommon in terms of the planar portals. Or maybe not even in terms of the planar portals, but I mean even in terms of the Viscon emanation. And we know that the siphon has multiple layers, not all of which are visible to us, because it has the like core central layer where if you touch it, it seems like, you know, it just sucks something in and destroys it, and that's it. Then it has a layer, a secondary layer, where it sucks up seemingly all arcane magic. And that's the layer in which they will take shapeshifters to make sure that they can't shapeshift. But that layer, they had to like mark visibly. It's not a visible layer that like it like turned off their healing during the middle of the battle. It is super possible that there's like a third layer to it that sucks up the planar sort of influence from around, or like the ley line energy, because it says where is it magical siphon device, repository of knowledge, the Ziggurat under Whitestone. It also does say that the Ziggurat under Whitestone is at least 600 years old and has anti-magic properties generically. So that could be, I don't know. I would have to go back and look up why I said that. I could almost guarantee that it's from Rindarian. Or maybe not from Rindarian. It would be from Allura, which is interesting. I'm gonna have to do a theory stream soon. It's built over a temple of Ioun. The glass substance is diluted whitestone used as a very strong arcane current. And it also says that it's placed at this location by an arcane ley line, an express point near and above whitestone. Which is kind of interesting. Yeah, man, I'm really picturing this sort of like layered approach of like the things that the orb will suck up. I'm picturing like, I mean, maybe something, resembling the divine gate structure, but I don't know if it's that extreme. But if there's like the ziggurat right here, this layer swallows up the material. Then you have a layer that sucks up the arcane. And then you might even have a further out layer that sucks up the elemental. And that could be why there's no other influence kind of present or being displayed once they've got the siphon running. It's all being funneled into there, but they just can't see it. Interesting. I would love a pure theory stream. I need to do it at some point soon. Because I really need to organize my notes as well. Oh, man. You got your nails painted blue? I have my nails painted several colors. They're all coming off now. I need to just, remove them. But yeah. That'll activate the Baltimore into blue painted nails. All right. I don't know anyone in Baltimore, so that's fair. I'll believe you. I'll believe you with no questions. I would love. Yeah. That's interesting. There's definitely. Borgo was side nearby doing a flyover. Oh yeah. Okay, I already know that. Man, oh man, oh man. There's some stuff going on around here. There's some odd shit, man. And it's also, what is it? D&D Great Wheel Cosmology. Because I'm even thinking about getting real wacky about it. Because... Oh, there's the Far Realm. I didn't even realize. Because I do wonder. So the Divine Gate would be between here and here. And then the upper planes and the lower planes. I mean, I guess... I mean, I wonder if they just replaced... Well, no portal would have been there. I don't know. There's still a few seconds left in the episode worth watching. In the normal one. This one.
We did a Heroes Feast last night, right?
Nope.
Nope, we didn't. I thought we said we were going to do it. I thought we said we were going to do it.
You gotta say you're gonna do it. Nobody said it.
Didn't we say we were going to do it?
We might have said it last game. I don't remember it in this game.
We did not say it.
I thought we said it in the last game.
Well, but you have to then follow through.
Shit
Say,
balls,
"Here's
mother
the hero's
bitch,
feast."
fuck balls.
That's okay. We're gonna find it in.
Shoot
So we're
balls.
gonna take a break here, guys,
Okay.
real fast. For the chat room, we're giving away off this really awesome wormwood.
Oh, that's some of my favorite wood right there.
Lol. Fair enough. Oh man, yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm sniffing at Matthew Mercer's heels, bro. I feel like I'm fucking nipping at him. I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is. But I can just feel my brain right on the edge of a connection of these Ioun temples, man. But I don't know what they are. I don't know. I'm going to leave it there. If I talk any more about it, I'll have to just make it a real theory stream, and then it won't be actual cries. It'll just be theorizing. So I'm going to go, and I'll see you on Friday. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate all of you. Like I said, part 2 on Friday. Probably nothing in between. And that's it. Goodbye.